myself from negative influences and toxic people who lack conviction, morals, and genuine intentions. These individuals claim to help but actually do harm, lacking substance and contributing nothing positive. They're driven by self-interest, mimicking and sabotaging others rather than building anything of value. They're the devil's work, distractions and flip-floppers who go from one belief to another, joining and following others for convenience. I'm staying true to my values and faith, avoiding those who try to manipulate and deceive. The lion's den represents a challenging environment where debates and conflicts arise around faith and beliefs. I'm critiquing individuals who claim to care about people but are actually self-serving, taking information at face value without discernment and failing to support their own community. I'm staying sucker-free from those who align themselves with a demon mentality and try to destroy others. Take flight, I'm on the mic in Mars. Sucker-free, that's my vibe, no time for scars. Stay true to my faith, no room for snakes. Stand away from fake. They ain't on my team, sucker-free who? Lions Den, that's where I be. I'm distancing myself from the suckers. No morals, no values, just drama and schemes. These individuals claim to help but do harm, lack substance and contribute nothing positive. Driven by self-interest, mimicking and sabotaging others rather than building anything of value. They're the devil's work, distractions, going from one belief to another, joining and following others for convenience. Monitoring spirits trying to copy, sabotage and destroy, but I'm on a mission, building something new, breaking through. I'm in the zone where the strong survive, standing firm, no room to thrive. For the fake, the phony, the ones who pretend, I'm sucker-free and my message will transcend. The lion's den represent a challenging or hostile environment where debates and conflicts arise, particularly around faith and beliefs. It's a metaphor for standing firm in the face of opposition or criticism and potentially being tested or scrutinized by others. Symbolized by others. It symbolized the struggles and controversies that come with holding strong convictions. Stay sucker-free from the people who switch up.
Well, all right. Once again, putting it down for you and yours. This is another episode of the Lion's Den. And as you hear, an original song by the Seventh Dance Lady Karima. We are indeed going to stay sucker-free, because we roll in the spirit of Proverbs 3 and 5, trusting in the Lord with all our hearts, and we don't lean upon our own understanding, as we are now rolling with the Lion's Den, the ultimate truthality social media platform. We thank you for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher, and we're your host. I am Brother Malachi, along with the seventh dancer, Lady Karima. And you know what makes this machine run so well: the seven eyes of intelligence, integrity, inspiration, influence, independence, insight, and stone cold information, which gives a summation of the facts. FACTS, because all we bring is frequently accurate, correct truths. And you know that when you roll with the pride, or when you roll with the lions, you're rolling with the pride. And there's nothing wrong with the pride that we roll with, because we roll in the spirit of permanently being ready and destroying evil, starting with our own. We don't sit up here, Karima and I, being Mr. and Mrs. Right. We strive to do what's right and be right. But we're not perfect. But what makes us perfect, because we strive for it. And you know what? Think about this, brothers and sisters. What's better to have? A diamond with a flaw or a perfect pebble? The answer is the diamond with a flaw. Why? because at least with a diamond with a flaw, you can chip away the flaw to bring it to perfection, and it's still of value. Whereas a perfect pebble, when you throw it in the air and it hits the ground, it shatters into pieces and is worthless. So better to have a diamond with a flaw than a perfect pebble. Keep that in mind. And you know that also, we're one of the many factions of the anti-coon movement. And you know what a coon is. That's that complete, obvious, obedient, yes, boss, nigga. We don't do that here. Ain't no buck dancing, no handkerchief head, no bed wenching, no samboing, picking any porch monkey. We don't do none of that here. Ever. Why? Because we can't be bought, and more importantly, we can't be sold. And this is also the home of point counterpoint. We may not always agree, therefore we may go into a debate mode, but it's a good thing. It keeps us all honest, it keeps us on our toes, and it's always done in love. Because it's what? Each one teach one, reach one. All right? We're not here to compete with anybody. See, I'm always comfortable knowing that the Lion's Den offers a variety. Like my man Templeton, the rat, said on Charlotte's Web, the Lion's Den is a veritable orchestra, of debates, conversations, and all types of other wonderful, intellectually, emotionally titillating excitements. And each one of us who comes through here is gifted by the Great Spirit to make our contribution to the Truthality platform, the Lion's Den, and therefore give you all a variety, okay, and a choice on who it is and what you like and the whole nine. Now, also bear in mind, at the Lion's Den, we roll in the spirit of the good Lord, Isaiah, the 34th chapter, verses 21 through 24, which tells us what? Whenever we come up in here, we got to be ready to produce our cause on all issues that we discuss and bring forth our strong evidence behind those causes. And also, we roll in the spirit of the Bible, 1 Thessalonians, the 5th chapter, verse 21, which tells us what? Be ready, willing, and able to prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. Also, bear in mind that when you come here and join us here on this segment of the Lion's Den titled, The Conversation Continues, talking about what's on your mind, also, you're being hit with Virgo energy. That's right. Here we are, critical, tactical, political, analytical, but we always strive to never be hypocritical. Virgo energy. Catch it. It's a good thing. And also, Karima and myself, we're very compassionate and we're sympathetic and empathetic. And if you out there in Lions Den land can't handle the truth, if you can't handle the facts, the reality that we bring here, we're going to offer you our deepest sympathies because we ain't going to compromise it for nobody. So you can skedaddle, you can leave, you can break out. Anything that describes getting up out of here, you can do that. Because I assure you, my Negro and my Negress, you will not be missed if you can't handle the reality and truthality that we bring here. And last but not least, one of the house rules to be followed here while you're here, as set forth by our beautiful lioness Iron Manor, when you step into the lion's den, please wipe your feet, mind your manners, conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. Because if you get out of line at any given time, let me assure you, the lioness, the seventh dancer, oh, she will swoop down on you. and break you down with the quickness, work you out like physical fitness, hit you with so many get the freak up out of here. Not even a Jehovah will be able to witness, okay? And all I'm gonna do is stand back and go, aha, because you got told. Now, with all those formalities out the way, we've been lined up on runway 10, perfection, and we want to take off. Tonight, we're going to be talking about your president, the continual, how you say, tyrannical, ruthless, unethical, malicious president, or mean president, which equals Trump, the Trump, that is tyrannical, ruthless, unethical, malicious president. Man, yo, this dude, man, he just continues to never cease to amaze me. The orange man cometh. Orange is a, as JT Ross says, orange is the new corruption. This dude don't stop. Now we've been going for a hot minute and everything else. I was under the weather and we had a few things going on in the background that, Lady Kareem had to work out. But we back tonight. And Saturday night, everything is perfect. We had a beautiful Sabbath and all that. I hope all you all enjoyed yourselves and you're enjoying yourselves now as we go through these rough, rugged, and raw times. And here we are now, about a week away from. We're going to find out if we're going to get all our monies like we're supposed to. If you're on SNAP, EBT, if you're on disability or whatever else going on. Man, oh man, oh man. Because boy, oh boy, oh boy, the Republicans. Hold on, y'all, hold on. Because boy, oh boy, are the Republicans on a war path. All right, this government shut down. We're now in what, week 4? About to be a whole damn month. Woo-wee. And we're about to see some things go down. All right. Now I'm gonna tell you right now, it's like this. Armageddon and spiritual warfare is now in full effect and everything else. And there are certain area of this government that they don't want you to see this, but look, it is so evident and it's so obvious. All right. We have the Epstein files that are still being held up. We have all the distractions trying to keep us, unfocused on the corruption in the New World Order that these bozos are trying to bring in. But you can't get around this. But and oh yeah, to the FBI, CIA, to all intelligence agencies listening to this broadcast, I, Malachiah, and Lady Karima, in the name of our God, as we are the children of Israel, the one true God, his name is Yahweh. Some say Yah, some Ahaya, but his true name, Yahweh, I am that I am. He wants us to tell you, let us go. You got to let us go. We're his people, and you got to let us go so we may serve him. But now if you want to harden your heart and continue to keep us in this captivity that he said is now up, then you are going to be in for a rude awakening. It's just that simple. Now, as I was saying, man, oh man, oh man, boy, you guys have heart, and you are hardening your hearts. You're definitely bringing in all kinds of different policies and all kind of evil and everything else. I mean, what more? You can't get no more wicked than when you want to tell 46 million people that their benefits for food, to buy food for their families. And then you want to put this whole propaganda, welfare king, welfare queen crap into play, knowing you dead damn wrong doing that to people. And let me say this, food banks are not going to be able to accommodate 46 million people. Let's just stop the bull shenanigans, man. See, let me just give you the play on what these bozos want. They want this country now to fall into total chaos and mass confusion and everything else. Why? Because see now, if this goes into martial law, Trump, that is the tyrannical, ruthless, unethical, malicious president, will become President El Presidente forever, depending on how long this fallout this martial law that they want to go into play goes down. See, it's so obvious what it is. And I can tell you that 46 million people not being given their benefits, all right, that's an evil thing. And you're gonna get exactly what you asking for, but you're gonna get the results that you not expecting. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care what kind of weaponry, I don't care what you got going on. No country, no world power will stand when all the people revolt against it. A house divided is gonna fall. So you're gonna get more than what you bargained for. You think your power structure, you think Big Daddy Satan is gonna protect you from the wrath of 46 million people? You in for a rude awakening. And we here on the conversation continues as we're strong advocates of freedom of speech, but responsible speech. We are not here propagating any seditious acts, any acts of war against this society, this government whatsoever. But what we're doing is trying to warn you all. We're warning you. You and your New World Order, you and your Illuminati, your light about to be put out. For real. Because you're going to be in for a rude awakening. But biblical prophecy is playing itself out. And boy, are you all revealing yourselves as that man of hell, those people of hell, bar none. And all we're going to do is talk about it. Also, we're going to bring up different voices out there. Like I always say, what we specialize here on the Lions Den, we do our own investigations. We do our own uncovering, which is why you all tune in so hardcore. Because this is also the show, and I'm going to start adding this, the Lions Den. Here, the seventh answer, and myself, we always ask you, aren't you tired of being lied to? And you know you are. That's why so many of you tune in, and we love it. Even all of our Gentile family, all you white folks, Asians, so you like listening to us because you get tired of being lied to. And you want to get that biblical knowledge and everything without being inundated with scripture after scripture after scripture. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. We don't give you a sermon, but you know we're coming from the Bible without us having to pull a million scriptures, okay? That what makes it so unique as well. And like I said, you see what's wrong. You know it's wrong. And like I said, we're going to give you different varieties of voices that are out here talking about the issues as we talk about them. They don't come from the biblical plane. Some of them do, some of them don't. But what I'm doing is, right, like the seventh answer, following her schematic of how the lion den is structured, we give you a variety. We want you to know that there are other voices out there. So like we're not in competition with anyone, because we stand alone and we do our own thing and we do our own investigations. But at the same time, it's a strange phenomenon that sometimes people will gravitate to you more when you give other voices and other people's opinions and outlooks on it. All right, which shows that we can be trusted. When we say that we're liberated moderators, that's what it means. A liberated moderator is that man or woman who is not driven by ego. See, we're not here to be celebrities and use people's political and social and spiritual plight to be a launching pad for us to be stars. We're not here to be celebrities. We're doing our calling right now. And our calling is to come out here and be liberated moderators and give you the real deal on what is going on out here in the world. See, we don't have any sponsors or anyone breathing down our backs telling us what we can and cannot say, because we don't rely on slimy money. We don't rely on corrupt money, because see, not as we all know, not all money is good money. Now there's some who say that whether clean or dirty, a helping hand is a helping hand, but that's not always so, man. A dirty hand really ain't gonna help you too tough. A dirty hand, it has germs on it, all right? And the bottom line is that dirty hand with money and trying to help you usually come with a whole lot of strings attached and certain things that it wants done in order for you to get their help. So we don't, hold on. So we don't rely on, again, sponsors of any kind breathing down our backs, telling us what we can and cannot say here. Thus, we avoid the coon brigade. We avoid the grifting brigade and bootlicking. We avoid all that. That is not the makeup of liberated moderators. Liberated moderators are those individuals who seek out news, seek out the truth at all costs, and bring it forth in a medium that everyone can enjoy, listen to, and know that they're not being lied to. And you'll know when you're not being lied to. You'll know. Because again, those individuals who are liberated moderators, you can, when they speak, when they talk, as the late great Malcolm X said, when they speak the truth, that truth will strike your ear, it'll strike your heart. It will motivate you to action. And so whenever we read off the 7 I's that make this formula work here on the Conversation Continues, we want to inspire, motivate some of you out there to action in your own talents and whatever else you've been given to be a contributor to bringing the facts, the frequently accurate, correct truths. Because when you are living in a world where there are those who get paid and get off on demonic power through lying to you by and thus subjugating you to inferior positions, that's a problem. Because now it becomes like this here. Are you going to continue to be lied to and know you're being lied to and know you're being subjected to all kinds of foolishness so that someone else can enjoy power over you? Simply put, are you going to continue to be the devil's bitch? Now, I'm not cussing for the sake of cussing, but it's a fair question that I'm the seventh answer we pose. Now, granted, the views and opinions that I express here may not always be how the seventh answer sees things, but she gives me the forum to come here on the Lion's Den and articulate. And there's some things that we do see eye to eye on. So the whole thing is, are you going to continue to let Uncle Sam be your professional, international manipulation practitioner? Pimp, are you? I mean, seriously, come on now. It's time for us to not grow up, put on our big boy and big girl adult outfits, and take on the reins of responsibility and nobility and civility and have some class and not let someone continue to put their foot up our behinds. All right? The time has come where responsibility lies on us. Now, we can't continue to blame everybody else blame everybody for our problems if we don't take up the reins of responsibility to solve and shut down all these problems. Now here we are, we're knee deep, waist deep, matter of fact, in Armageddon. These demons with earthly feet are now showing who they are. Now what you gonna do about it? All right? You got all these different factions of ICE, baby, all in the neighborhoods and everything else, and they're not solving any problems. They're causing problems. They're making war. They're not solving anything. They're trying to instill fear because look, this is what was in play before the government shut down. All right? Because we all know that the best way, the absolute way to solve crime in any society is when you create jobs and businesses where people are paid a fair wage. Now, people say that, oh, money can't buy you love, money can't buy you happiness. That's a bunch of malarkey. That is garbage. Oh, with enough money, oh, you can definitely, I'm gonna say about 65% bring about a lot of happiness and relief. Okay? And hey, the other 35, well, that can just be worked out. All right? And you know how you know that's the truth? Because if money doesn't buy you happiness and can't buy you love and whatever else you got going on, how come there are forces out here in the world that break their necks through all kinds of treachery, lechery, and all kinds of other sabotaging acts to keep a great many of us poor? Think about it. Think about it. Think about that. That there are forces out here who get off with their supremacist mind state and their money game being what it is by keeping you poor. If money can't buy you happiness. Oh man. Anyway, it's how you say. Let's go to the videotape. Let's get this off the ground. We're gonna start showing you how there are other voices out here. Like I said, we don't need validation, but what we want to do is give you, our viewing public, the idea that there are other voices out here talking and seeing things that are going on. All right. And if we happen to be their inspiration, because there are a lot of people who watch us on the low, great. So let's go to work, Seventh Answer. Oh yeah, fair use, y'all. Fair use.
Facility, Folsom or California.
50,000 Louisianans are federal workers. Now, that count excludes USPS, military contractors, and more, so the true number of affected is likely much higher. I spoke with some of those workers today, getting a helping hand.
On Veterans Boulevard in Metairie, federal workers are flocking to this local chain. Alicia Williams works at the Department of Interior office in Elmwood, but ever since the government shutdown, she's been in limbo. I talked to her as she dined at the Ruby Slipper.
I mean, naturally it's stressful because, you have bills. I have a son, a 17-year-old who's a senior, mortgage, there's a car, there's a lot of things that, are kind of like unknown how they're going to get paid.
She's not the only one. General Manager Stephen Young says one of his employees is requesting extra shifts.
I have a dishwasher that works here as well, and he actually works at the airport at nighttime, overnight, cleaning planes. And he I'm not. I said, well, you can go sit down and eat whenever you get ready. but it's hitting a lot of areas that people didn't expect.
The restaurant announced a discount for federal employees this week, and already they tell me they've seen dozens of diners.
The first day, I know we saw well over 45 to 50 people, and a lot of people been from the airport.
The French Quarter location reports increased traffic from nearby federal buildings. Meantime, Second Harvest Food Bank is bracing for increased demand.
Demand is up, supply is down, and now we're getting hammered by the fallout from the government shutdown as more and more people who may have been expecting to get that paycheck to buy groceries, now they don't have that paycheck, so they'll come to us or one of our more than 500 partner pantries to get food assistance.
Due to federal budget cuts, Second Harvest is already short 4.8 million meals from the USDA. Williams told me she's worked for the federal government for more than a decade. She's seen her fair share of government shutdowns, but she told me this one is different.
They came to an agreement faster, so we were able to continue to work and get paid, but this one is affecting me because I'm at home without pay.
Well, federal workers can get free entrees at any Ruby Slipper location through October. It is dine-in only, and you must show your government ID. Sharice.
All right, Lily, thank you so much for that update.
Now check that out, y'all. Now see, kudos and shout out to Ruby Slippers. You know, the brother, you know, he understood that here it is. These people have been loyal customers and everything else, and he hooking them with free meals and all that. But think about that for a second. You got one faction of the government that's getting paid while other people are being fired left, right, and center. Okay? And here we are. We're the people who've busted our behinds. Some of us are disabled, going through what we're going through. We may be dealing with all kind of other issues, and some of us may not have been on SNAP or EBT. But look, let me tell you something. Ain't nothing wrong with SNAP. Ain't nothing wrong with EBT. Shoot, you got a majority of working poor people are on it. But now, since the shutdown, boy, have the real recipients been coming out the woodwork, finally showing who the true face of the welfare recipient is. And that's all them white folks. Yeah, that's right. You know how we've always been the face. You know, when you had Ronald Wilson Reagan, Richard Milhouse Nixon, and all those other, well, some of y'all don't go back that far. Damn, I'm old. I'm old. Okay, but I don't care. At least I've lived to be where I'm at right by now. But anyway, going back like I was saying, all these Republicans and all that propaganda about black folks being the face of welfare, that the black woman was the welfare queen. Now we finally seeing what we've been knowing all along to be a lie, who the real recipients of welfare are, because man, oh man, oh man, have all you poor white folks, all you working poor white folks, or some of y'all out there who lazy been sitting on your asses collecting all that $3,000 to $4,000 in SNAP benefits, man, you coming out the woodwork on videos, making all kinds of videos, crying the blues about your SNAP and your EBT and whatever else about to get cut. Well, you know what I'm gonna say to you all? You know what I'm gonna say with all effort and gusto? You get no sympathy over this way. You get no sympathy from me because, see, there were a great many of us who tried to tell y'all, you and your racism, you and your bigotry, and everything else, you're being used by the rich of the white society who can't stand you, don't like you. They're using your racism and your prejudices to have you block us get what we were getting. Because let me break this down to y'all. You know when welfare became a dreaded thing? You know when welfare became an evil thing? When white folks, like the Republicans, when they found out that a lot of black men and women were using welfare as a springboard to jobs and careers. That's right, back in the 1970s. See, I grew up in that era. All right, so I remember vividly, although I was spiritually, intellectually, and emotionally immature at the time to understand the complexities and dynamics of the world of the time. at the time. But I do remember vividly, there were a lot of black folk who were using that particular system to get them into schools, trade schools, you name it. And under Richard Milhouse Nixon, okay, and then Ronald Reagan, okay, and in between that you had Gerald goddamn Ford. All right, okay. They all started destroying the welfare structure through propaganda by saying black folks were lazy. They were sitting on their behinds while you out there working hard to get money, and they're up here on welfare. That's when welfare became a dreaded thing. When they learned that black folks were using it to get up off their behinds, to get jobs, to get better schooling. And now all you poor white folks who now learned that welfare was made for you predominantly under what was called the NRA, the National Recovery Act. Yeah, that's right. All right. Now you're learning because of your racism, okay, and all that MAGA bull shenanigans that you were led to believe that everything you voted down because black folks would have benefited from it, you were actually voting against yourself, and now it is biting you all in your behinds. And as the late D'Angelo would sing, how does it feel? Oh, baby, how does it feel? I can't sing with a damn, but you get the idea. How does it feel? Oh, I know it don't feel good at all because you got suckered. Oh, you got suckered. Perhaps if Karima would have made sucker free way back in the day, some of y'all could have saved yourself being suckered and played out. But look at that video we just showed you. All those federal workers out of a job. And some of them probably used to be talking so much dookie poo about the whole system and believing that propaganda about black folks being on. But now you see who really on the system. And like my man said, they're not. These food pantries are losing too. They're not going to be able to accommodate no 46 million people. And ain't nobody going to want to be standing on no line to get about what, 10 or 16 items of food. Well, here it is. They were able to go into a supermarket at any given time and buy exactly what they need. But meanwhile, people who are getting paid, Trump and his boys are all getting paid. We just watched them give, again, an estimated $40 billion to Argentina. And then if you've been paying attention, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, is still in the picture getting his money. And Israel's still getting their money on an annual basis. But they're going to tell 46 million people that come the 1st of November, what have you, and going forward, they're not going to get their money. Cash, from cash to EBT, are you, man? And if you think that 46 million people are going to subject themselves to starving while your ass eat and get paid, you done lost your damn mind. You've lost your mind. You know it's going to be an uproar. You know people are going to go to war. And you know what? Unfortunately, though, there are people who are banking on this. They're banking on it. But I think that what they're doing is they're underestimating the fallout that's going to come. So now we're going to get the energy going. Like I said, people are talking. These are different conversations, but these are conversations that need to be had. Now check this one out, y'all. Let's run the videotape, Karima. Let's go to the videotape.
I think it's a game, bro. But a nigga, watch this. I think it's a game, bro. No, this for when I poke. Don't walk up on me playing. Are you Team Breezy? Keep that shit on the internet.
Why the fuck you have a testimony?
Why the fuck get in on this?
I witnessed it.
He finna be in here.
Why the fuck I got an EBT card and this nigga is at Breezy Bowl and made 90 whatever the fuck million and it say KKKKK Mac. Can I get 25,000 for them four songs I owe you, bro? I just want to leave, bro.
Leading up to who he is.
I'm not even tripping though. I got an EBT card, my nigga. Like what the fuck, bro? I can't even get nothing, bro, man. Y'all niggas want to see a nigga cry on here, so y'all can think I'm a bitch.
Nah, bro.
Fuck, nigga.
That shit ain't fair, nigga.
Hey,
I'm on EBT, bro.
hey,
That's why.
Bro.
hey. Look, bro.
Calm down, bro.
I'm on EBT,
Calm down.
straight. Look. Say my name, bro. That shit is better. I had to go up in that motherfucker and hide my face with a mask like COVID, bro. But a nigga.
Not so much, not funny, but I'm just, like I said, we're just giving you a variety. See what their act, what they're showing is what is gonna be, what is gonna be. Some of you are already crying, but I'm saying what we're looking at, what the seventh.
Now, reason why I played this is because this brother is living off of this, like literally, and he making songs for Chris Brown, and he's living off of EBT. So at the end of the day, it's it's gonna be affecting people that's actually, and that wasn't no joke. That was real life.
Okay, now see. Okay, seventh answer. Thank you for correcting. I thought it was I thought they were joking. Damn! Wow.
No, he's serious. It's real life. He living off of EBT. So it's going to be affecting people for real, for real.
Okay, so you know what? I stand corrected. Thank you very much. But then I say, you heard us say at the top of this presentation that a lot of working poor people are going to feel, wow. Well, there you go. A songwriter, and here it is. He's being very, damn.
Yeah, he had to, put a ski mask on because he was embarrassing going in there. Here it is, you know what I mean? He a songwriter for an artist that's actually known, and he ain't even getting but a couple of hundreds from the government.
Yeah, well, look. I'm like this here. Embarrass my be. Okay, I get where people are coming from, but listen, that's money that's due you when you have contributed and you worked hard, and you. But here it is, you got white folks getting 4,000. Here you had these illegal immigrants back under the Biden administration getting thousands of dollars off that stuff. Listen, but I can understand his pain. I really do. All right, but listen. There's nothing to be embarrassed about because, see, there's all types of welfare. See, what Donald Trump just did for Argentina, that's welfare. That's corporate welfare. They're getting a projected $40 billion. But what the, let me calm down. But what, may I ask, did they ever contribute to this economy? That part. And here you have people working hard who've been slaving and doing what they can to make ends meet. There's some people who've never been on EBT or food stamps or whatever, but still, there are a lot of working poor and they going through it. And these federal workers, though, for the most part, you all are getting what has been needed for a long time, though. Some of y'all needed a humbling experience. Well, here it is. Here it is, those very people that you've been working for, you've been going all out for, especially in the IRS division, and now here they done kicked you out on your behinds. They had you doing their dirty work, and now they doing you dirty. But that's a heavy, okay, wow, my ignorance forgive my ignorance. That brother a songwriter and on EB and he about to be cut. Like so many of us. And here I am doing what I gotta do.
Chris Brown just had a little concert. This is the reason why he's speaking on it. That's the reason why I brought it up because you know what I mean. It's dealing with right now. You know what I mean. The brother just had a major
Man,
concert, and you know, and he over there going to get his EBT card while he over here making, you know, money.
wow. Man, oh man, the industry and every which way everything is down bad. Woo-wee. But see, I'm gonna say this here.
Yeah, let me replay this so now you can understand as you looking at it.
All right, repeat it then. By all means, thank you.
I gotta go get it.
Wow. Okay, but like I said, see, what we're doing now is we're giving you sources, brothers and sisters. You know that what we do here, we don't make anything up, and we send you. You can go out and check things on your own accord. But you know, wow, I feel so damn bad. I thought that was some kind of a spoof or something, and I'm like, okay, wow. But this is what it is though. Working poor are being affected by this. Here, I made my contributions, and I'm going through some things right now, okay, where I can't work.
I told you I ain't trying to play no skits or no games
Yeah,
in
I got
between
you
when
know
we
what?
talking about some real
All
stuff.
right, don't give me the people's elbow. Do not give me the lioness wrath. I apologize, seventh
I
answer.
got
My ignorance. My
I got
so let's play this again. Wow, damn.
Watch this. I think it's a game, bro. No, this for when I poke. Don't walk up on me playing. Are you Team Breezy? Keep that shit on the internet.
Why the fuck you have a testimony?
Why the fuck get in on this?
He finna, I witnessed it. He finna be in here.
Why the fuck I got an EBT card and this nigga is at Breezy Bowl and made 90 whatever the fuck million and it say KKKKK Mac. Can I get 25,000 for them four songs I owe you, bro? I just want to leave, bro.
Leading up to who he is.
I'm not even tripping though. I got an EBT card, my nigga. Like what the fuck, bro? I can't even get nothing, bro, man. Y'all niggas want to see a nigga cry on here, so y'all can think I'm a bitch.
Nah, bro.
Fuck, nigga. That shit ain't fair, nigga.
Hey,
I'm on EBT, bro.
hey,
That's why.
bro. Hey, look, bro.
Calm down, bro.
I'm on EBT, smack,
Look.
Say my name, bro. That shit is better. I had to go up in that motherfucker and hide my face with a mask like COVID, bro. But a nigga.
Wow, man. Wow, that is something. And that's how we feel about the government. We done made this government millions and billions and trillions of dollars, and here it is now in our time of need. They're gonna tell you that you're gonna be cut, but they just gave Argentina $40 billion damn dollars in our faces. Here it is. You got one faction of the government shut down, but they're getting paid, but everybody else is not getting paid. They're on furlough, working for free. Man, that's grounds for somebody to get hurt. And we coming to that. So we're going to see what's going to happen in this week to come. Boy, man, oh man, oh man. Then you have some people who are testifying that they've been told that if they didn't use their remaining EBT monies that are left over, if they don't use it within a certain dispensation of time, they can have it taken from them. Now, wait, hold. Now, on the one hand, you've been told by this government that all EBT recipients for the month of November, you're not gonna get anything. But at the same time, now they're telling certain people that if you haven't used your October money by a certain dispensation of time, it could possibly be taken from you. Oh, which one? Wait a minute. That's supposed to be, I thought, untouchable. But now that you got certain, it's rumored. I'm using the word rumored because I'm still trying to get confirmation on if that's true. But there are people testifying, saying they received letters or they received email, text telling them they better use what's left over at a certain dispensation of time, or it's going to be taken. Now, y'all, come on, man. You can't tell me that this is not deliberate when it is. It is. It has to be. And now America is now finally gonna reveal herself for what she's always been, like I've always known to be, an imperialist democracy. But now we're going into an imperialist dictatorship. If some of you don't know what the terms imperialist means, an imperialist society is that society where there's a faction of people who run everything and everybody. Okay, for all my Star Wars fans out here, think Darth Vader. The Imperialist March, that song. Yeah, that's what we headed to, and a empire ran by a group that they're not in the Star Wars. They were called the Sith. Here they're called the Republicans or the Rift, RTA, the Rift, because all they bringing is grief. That's what an imperialist society is, where you have one ruler and his minions and those who are his enforcers running down on all the people. Thus, a dictatorship where there are
Yes,
people who dictate. I'm
excuse me.
saying,
The video that Yes, the video somebody said that October going to be affected. That's a lie. I looked it up. It's false news. So we're not going to play that one.
all right then. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we thank our viewers. Like I said, that's why I used the word rumored. I used the word rumored. That's why I said rumored, because I've been looking for confirmation. I've been looking for. Because I was always under the impression that they couldn't. Once you have your previous budgets or whatever you have going on, money's going on, that's untouchable because it was already given to you. They can't touch that. So thank you for my responsible viewers out there who give their contributions and everything else. And thank you, Seventh Answer. All right. So like I said, we want to make sure we keep everything here integrity, inspiration. That's a good thing. Now, but what I am saying is this though. Getting back on, I can't get past though, people who are getting paid are telling others you're not gonna get money. Let's look at that for a second. Trump and company, they getting their money. They gonna get paid at all times. But here it is now. All of us on disability, veterans, you name it, who've paid into the system, mind you. All of us coming up on the first and going forward. Oh, you're not gonna get your money. Your money ain't gonna be there for you. And this is being told to you by those who are getting paid. They getting their money though. And they're giving other people our money. Man, yeah. You definitely asking for a war. You definitely. How in God's name do you think people are going to be loyal to a system like that? What make you think they're not going to rebel against a system like that? You've lost your damn mind. If you think you're going to have people watching their family starve while yours eat. And here it is, you making sure that other people eat off our labor. Now we're gonna keep the energy going. Like I said, there are other voices out here, and we're gonna give you a variety. We've been gone for how many, but we back on the set. You know, people in their fifis behind the scenes. They're jealous of the seventh answer and ours energy. But the Lord put us into play. And what the Lord put in play, you can't destroy nor disrupt. So let's keep the energy going. Let's go to the videotape. Seventh answer. Fair use, y'all. Fair use. Take it away.
Every nation pays for the blood it spills. You can't build a country on slavery, injustice, and lies and expect peace to last forever. America calls itself the land of the free, but it's built on the backs of people who were never free. And no matter how much time passes, the cries of the oppressed never go unheard. Because the truth is, America will answer for what it did to Black people.
The reason America doesn't have a lot of things is because of racism. Because white people can't enjoy an ice cream cone without knocking one out of the hands of a Black person. So now can't nobody have ice cream. If racism wasn't the foundation of the United States in every single institution that is in the United States, we would all be living in an entirely different reality. One where everybody has universal health care, one where we wouldn't have credit scores. Credit scores are a fairly recent invention. They were invented in 1989 by the Fair Isaac Corporation, otherwise known as FICO, and it was supposed to be to assess the credit risk for lenders. It was a standardized way to help lenders to see who they should and shouldn't lend to. Guess who they didn't lend to, guys? I'll give you a hint. It starts with the Black people. Student loans is another one. As soon as more Black people started going to college, that's when the cost of college skyrocketed. Speaking of credit risk, you would assume that lending $100,000 to a literal child would be a risky, thing to do, but that's where they make the exception. So it's easy for a kid to go into debt, but if you're a grown person attempting to get lent some money to start a business or get lent some money to buy a house, which also the price of those went up, then yeah, now you're a risk. We have created an entire, rental class of people where somebody can have paid thousands of dollars into rent every month, but they're still not able to buy a house because your renting history does not count towards your credit. So now nobody can enjoy nice things because white people have been going around knocking ice cream cones out of Black people's hands for hundreds of years. But I didn't own slaves. The shittiness of this country is all based on making sure that Black people do not have a good experience here in this country. Yes, it's also about exploitation, making sure that Black people continue to be exploited along with all rest of the underclass populations. But the cruelty is also very much the point. So the bad vibes here is because of racism. It's because everybody is having a crappy time because white people can't stop themselves from squeezing Black people, from policing Black people, from making sure that, wait, are you supposed to be in first class? Wait. Do you live here? Is this, wait, you want to get paid a living wage? White people are given a diet of seeing themselves as victims, as seeing themselves as powerless, and seeing themselves as colorblind so that they can go like this and continue to perpetuate systems that hurt Black people disproportionately and then bleed over into hurting everybody else. This is why when the Civil Rights Act happened and it helped Black people, it helped everybody. It helped women, it helped disabled people. And then they unalived Martin Luther King because he was about to touch on class consciousness. He was taking a deep breath in and he was going to say, and another thing. And the American government took him out so fast. The moment white people, regular white people, the ones who think that they're powerless and the ones that think that they're colorblind, the moment that they get critical thinking skills and stop thinking some people deserve this human right and some people deserve that human right, we would be cooking with gas. But white people want to be seen as innocent and, oh, well, that's not my problem, dude. Like, okay, well, it's not your problem, but it is your problem because you have credit scores, you have student loans, you can't afford health care, you can't afford a house either. It's our problem. Fix it.
Sometimes life can be a little
fact that black people never got reparations and we still came out thriving is kind of crazy. Because like, yo, they really set us free and we didn't have shit, not a pot to piss, and we didn't even have our last names. Family we came with, who knows what the fuck they were. And we still ended up being doctors, lawyers, presidents. Like, do you know how great you gotta be to overcome some shit like that? Like, we came from nothing, bruh. Like, we didn't even speak this language when our people got here. Like, you understand what I'm saying? That no other group has been capable of this. No other group. And I just thought, like, yo, if we did get reparations, y'all think the Jewish folks own everything? Oh, we would have been unstoppable, bro. We would have been unstoppable. Y'all still trying to stop us to this day.
Look around today, the chaos, the division, the moral confusion. This is not random. This is the result of centuries of injustice. You can't enslave, humiliate, and destroy generations of people and think time alone will wash it away. America never repented. It apologized on paper, but not in its hearts. The system that oppressed black people will exist in prisons, in banks, in schools, in the streets. They celebrate freedom while black men are still targets. They preach equality while black women still fight for respect. But the law of life is simple. What you sow, you reap. You can't bury truth forever, it rises. You can't silence pains forever, it speaks. And that's why we are seeing judgments come. Not through fire and brimstone, but through unrest, corruption, and a nation turning on itself. Every empire that mistreats its children eventually falls. Let's watch these videos. Anyways, I'll be back. Do not forget, credits to these creators. I'll be back. Make sure you stay till the end.
Yes, this gentleman right here, he was taking a break. But then while he was taking a break, he decided, as soon as I came to the register, for his ass to come and stand behind me. And it's no joke, no real joke, okay? I ain't bullshitting about what's going on with me and mine, because I'm not a thief. It's one thing I'm not, is a thief. But I'm in this neighborhood where yuppies live and guppies die. Man, please. This is some, you know. Let me get my ass to my car. Well, I got a chauffeur waiting on me. True story. Paid for it. At the sweat of my back.
Just one generation. The black community can get one generation to have a good, just no unfairness. When you have the vice president defending me being called a monkey, or the watermelon people who look like me, the black community, being called monkeys. The vice president of the United States defended that, saying, oh, we can't just, hold them accountable. They're just kids, just kids talk. We can't hold them accountable for a long period of time. Just a month ago, y'all got people fired for speaking negative about CK. The last time I checked, Trayvon Martin, that's a child. Tamir Rice, Michael Brown. As a matter of fact, I'll even say Breonna Taylor. Those are all children, right? Because there's a 25, 30-year-old in that little group chat too. But somehow, the vice president can defend them. But you want to always tell me it's not about race. The Voting Act right is about to be overturned so that way they could dilute the black vote. DEI got removed, even though that benefited white women more than anybody else. Black Lives Matter on the little streets, removed. Black mayor-run cities have been attacked by the president. Slavery and black history has been removed or watered down in our museums across the nation. Over 300,000 black women have been fired or let go from their jobs and counting. But you want to tell me it's not about racism. Racism is why your life is expensive. Racism is why you cannot function in this society. And you feel like everything here is unfair because it is. Because of racism. It's not a social class issue. If it was just a social class issue, there would be a hell of a lot more millionaires and billionaires because of the opportunities that we have here in this country that y'all like to proudly brag about. It gets to a point, at this point, I've been really flustered all day about this, to be honest with y'all. I really have. I've been doing really good with having a peace of mind, but this voting action right is really bothering the hell out of me. So what I really want to get to is like this King's protest, this No King's protest. Make that shit count. Make it impactful.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it.
Make sure when you guys are in those streets, y'all not worried about your kids having a daycare or nothing, having fun. No. Make it worth it. Boycott everything. You shouldn't be subscribing to anything in this nation anymore. And I don't care if it's Netflix, Disney, HBO, DoorDash, Uber Eats. Get rid of all of it. Make your voice and make your money talk. Let them resonate. You need to resonate with them. You need to make them hurt the way they're making you hurt. I don't know. I'm beyond this. The VP defended us getting called monkeys. That's crazy.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding that the United States of America pays him $230 million for emotional distress and harm. I can't believe that this video is real. Here's everything that you need to know. Trump is demanding this lump sum from the Justice Department for the harm he suffered, onset by the federal investigations and criminal charges that he has faced in the last 4 years. Now, if this demand is met and he's paid the $230 million, that's going to be paid for by you, the American taxpayer. So what's next? Well, now the Justice Department gets to determine if they want to approve or deny his claim for $230 million. But here's the thing. One of the two people that could approve his claim would be Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Here's the thing about Todd Blanche. He's one of Donald Trump's lawyers and has been one of Donald Trump's personal attorneys for years, meaning that he is literally, not figuratively, but literally on Trump's payroll. So spread the word because your tax dollars may very well be going into Donald Trump's personal bank account here pretty soon. That's all for now.
Never forget that the United States was built on stolen land with stolen people who were massacred and brutalized. All of this that is happening right now is a direct response to white people being pissed off that this country elected a black man to be president, not once, but twice. And he was and still is beloved. This is an inherently racist country. And until we face that, admit that, and dismantle it, we're going to keep having these problems.
Jackass from the other day, I didn't know who he was, but he's made a response after he saw my video. So I'm going to let you hear some of what he said as a black conservative, and then I'll tell you my thoughts on the other side.
You talking about accountability got someone in their feelings. But let me break down what I mean. This is actually a perfect example of why the black community still struggles. The game is becoming better in building and incentivizing people to want to build more in those areas. That is the conversation we should be having, not complaining about not getting money from daddy government. The biggest difference between him and I is I'm focusing on what we're doing. He's focused on what the government's doing. And that brings me full circle to the entire point of the video I made. If you're not focusing on what you're doing and bettering your life and you're waiting for the government to fix that problem and they're not fixing that problem, you will continue to vote for that party because they're telling you they're going to fix that problem when they're not. And that's what Black Americans are doing with Democrats. They perpetually vote Democrats, but Democrats are actually not incentivized to fix Black Americans' problems.
Now, Jeff, I just found out about you, but let me give you some more data because you don't like that. Number 50, Louisiana ranks number 50 in the nation. We've got a Republican as our governor, a Republican over every other statewide office. Republicans run the state legislature in the supermajority as well as the Board of Education. So when you say that Black people are loyal to Democrats and that we need to get away from the Democratic Party, well, Republicans run Louisiana, Alaska, and Mississippi, and they rank 48, 49, and 50 in the country. But you're still bragging on your party, buddy. Now, Jeff, people like you typically don't have a problem with people who retweet you like Elon Musk having $38 billion in corporate welfare. But if a Black person asks for access to healthcare in their community, they're begging and the problem. But see, I'm not like you who built my platform off of talking about Black people as a liability. I built my platform talking about Black people as assets and bringing resources to the assets that are in Black communities so that we can thrive. Now, let me go deeper explaining what I mean when I say run the Black community, our money. Earl K. Long Hospital, which was closed by Bobby Jindal, a conservative. Republican Bill Cassidy used to teach doctors at Earl K. Long Hospital. I organized along with others to get an emergency room back in North Baton Rouge after conservatives closed the hospital that Bill Cassidy was teaching people in North Baton Rouge, which eliminated the access to care to over 200,000 people in my community. Why does that matter? Because my 80-year-old daddy lived in that community. He had hypertension, and I cared about his ability to get to a hospital in the event of a heart attack or a stroke. You know, data points that you don't care about, and that's why I called you a jackass, because when you refer to a Black community as a liability rather than an access, you excuse and dismiss the Black people like my father who moved into the same neighborhood I live in today in the 90s. This neighborhood, all Black, riding around with my daughter, manicured yards, Black folks living in this neighborhood, but their government attempting to move all of the resources that they have paid into to the other side of town. And that sales tax that I talked about, that roads tax, was a sales tax. That roads tax was paid for by all of the citizens of this community. For people who say, well, the white people pay more in taxes. Well, the sales tax is paid by everybody who buys a loaf of bread. 1 penny off your dime every time you go to the store. And if I'm going to spend a dime, I want to make sure that those pennies come back to my community. Now, since you wanted to give a data point on Black women in North Baton Rouge, let me go ahead and school you about what I mean when I say the government run us our money. This is me fighting for hundreds of millions of dollars to stay in North Baton Rouge.
Equitable, what is fair? You can't tell us that a $110 million investment is the same as a $40 million investment. That's taking marble floors out of my house and putting vinyl down and telling me you didn't decrease the value of my property.
As we get older, a lot of times we feel certain doors close.
We ain't stupid. Now, I know you all are the experts, but I'm the smartest man in the room, said the jackass.
Now, the zoo, which is on the border of Baker and Baton Rouge, Baker being the safest city in the state of Louisiana for years on end, a majority Black city with a Black mayor, with a Black chief of police and a majority Black council, they were attempting to move the zoo, which the Parks and Recreation Department, quality of life things, was attempting to move to the other side of town, which is majority white. We organized community meetings. We kept the zoo. Now that which was going to be $100 million investment is a $300+ million investment, and 30% of those resources are going to people who look like you and I, even though you don't think like people like me, because all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Let's keep going. And to be clear, no one is suggesting that the government is stopping us. You brought up Greenwood and the cities that were burned down by white people.
The people in North Baton Rouge could build their community up. Black Americans could build Black Wall Street up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with lynchings and Jim Crow laws from nothing, with no government help. And you know what I'm talking about, and you know it's true. If Black Americans could do that in Tulsa, Oklahoma, there's zero excuse today, none.
It was the government who permitted them to get away with it. You do know that, right? And it's the government who permitted the state of Louisiana to rob Southern University, which is located in North Baton Rouge, of $1.2 billion over the last 30 years, while we're currently spending $50 million to redo the LSU lakes, which increases the quality of life for the people who live in South Baton Rouge, around LSU, which is majority white. But this HBCU that has the #1 nursing program in the country has been robbed of $1.2 billion. And I guess you don't think that those Black folks ought to ask for their damn money. And the reason I know clearly it's a system is because even though I...
Now, This take me back to an old Biz Markie song called The Vapors, when he says, damn, it feel good to see people up on it. Because I can remember when they wasn't. Now guess what they caught from their cousins. We're your cousins, see? You heard Seventh Answer and I talking about all these points. And damn, it feel good to see other voices now. Everybody coming to life. Damn, it feel good to see people up on it, bringing it. This brother's telling you what we've been telling you for the longest of times. Here we done contributed and put so much economically in this godforsaken dookie hole of a country, and we've been getting robbed. And the biggest beneficiaries of our work have been the very people telling us that we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and stop being the welfare king and queen or whatever else. That's right, white people. Damn, it feel good to see people up on it and thinking now, finally, getting on code and letting it all hang out. Whenever you hear us say, you need the lion's den, you need for us to be on our job. Because we can't continue to let white media, I'm going to say it just like that, white media get away with lying on us. And now we coming out kicking and we going hard body in the paint. So here it is. We seek out other voices that are talking and bringing it raw, straight with no chaser. To let you know, see, we're not just making this stuff up. All right? And with that being said, let's continue on, Seventh Answer. Let's continue on.
Our school system is 80% black, and the white citizens said that it was so bad that they needed to start a new city that was 70% white. Now they want to send their kids to our magnet schools in their new city, even though they said it was so trash. But every time black people have accrued more political power, they've changed the rules to create a new form of government to ensure that they could maintain power over the tax dollars, the resources, the money. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand how government works. Now you think I'm angry, but I'm not. I'm passionate. And anytime I hear somebody like you discussing the black community like a liability versus an asset, I'm on your ass like white on rice because I do this work. And I think it's high time we stop letting the propaganda slide and we start educating people against the BS that you all put out there, because otherwise we're going to mislead some people. Now I know you don't care nothing about that, just like you don't care nothing about data, Jeff, because wisdom is chasing you.
There are some things that just go better together.
Just so fast. Now, where I'm from, we got a phrase when we see people like you who are chasing white adjacency. Bless his heart, y'all. Do good. Seek justice. And Jeff, remember, you can sell your people out, but you can't buy them back. Keep pushing. Oh, and when you said this,
Zero excuse today. None. You sound like a bitch.
you must have been talking about your mama. I'm from Baton Rouge. You got to come harder than that to offend me.
I got something to say. Here goes. ICE is doing the same thing to Latinos that the government did in Tulsa and to black communities all over the United States. Disrupt the accumulation of wealth by people of color. And that's a commentary on the fragility of white supremacy more than anything else. Because success in those communities where they have inferior resources doesn't just mean a transfer of wealth. It means that white people are definitely not better than blacks and Latinos, even when the odds are stacked in our favor. Gumbo is better than bisque. Ribs are better than prime rib. Liver and onions is better than foie gras. And chicharrones are better than braised pork belly. More with less. And when those communities, black or brown, do more with less, white supremacists must step in and disrupt that progress. The perception of superiority must be upheld. After all, the perception is the only part that's ever been real anyway. The good news is that we also aren't inferior. White Americans could have equally kick-ass culture as people of color. We've just got to stop being assholes to everyone else and maybe have a little damn humility. And you personally may not be the one who put people of color down. You may not even be the person who kicked them when they were down. And you may not be the one using your boot to keep them down. But if you can see it happening and you refuse to help or even acknowledge that it's happening, baby, you're part of that. Apathy is oppression.
You know how there's the HBCUs, which stands for the historically black college universities? If we were to say there's an HWCU and say it's historically white college university, would we be called racists? That's a yes.
Girl, shut the fuck up. You thought you ate that?
There's a fundamental lack of knowledge and understanding of the history of the country we live in by the majority of the people in this country who don't look like me. To come online and say, if white people had white-only schools, that they will be racist. Well, here's a brief history as to why HBCUs exist. It wasn't until 1954 with Brown versus Board of Education that schools were legally desegregated, meaning prior to that, black people were not allowed to go to the better schools with white people. We weren't allowed to go to white hospitals. We weren't allowed to use white facilities. Therefore, we had to build our own. This is a very popular picture of a little girl named Ruby Bridges, who's still alive today and only in her 60s, where the National Guard had to escort her to school because she was the first black girl to desegregate a school, and they had to protect her from white adults from hurting her. There were riots, there were protests. So to answer your question, revert to this image, cut to every time we did build our own, you burned it, you destroyed it, you eminent domained it, you built highways through it, or you flooded it. Seneca Village, Lake Lanier, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, just to name a few. I could never understand how people can come online and make statements like this with their chest without picking up the phone. We have the world encyclopedia in our palm. Just to Google, why do HBCUs exist? And as a white person, not to understand that PWIs are the standard in America and 90% of the colleges are white institutions still to today, those white institutions segregated and discriminated against us. HBCUs and black people have never discriminated against anyone else. To be white in this country means to be discriminatory. And that's just the status quo for what it means to be black. I was having this conversation this weekend with my cousin about how much energy it takes to be racist. And he said, well, you know, a lot of people are just misinformed, and that ignorance is weaponized by the right in order to make them think that people are taking their jobs they would never do, that black people are getting ahead because of D&I, which is why D&I existed, because we were actually systematically, legally discriminated upon. When I thought about that and I saw this video, I'm like, oh, this is a simple education thing. This country doesn't teach the real history of this country, because 90% of white people, let's just say I'm going to go high on that figure, majority of the white people in this country don't have any exposure to black people. Unless you live on the coast or you're in a major city, you don't really have exposure to anyone else but your rural white town. So why would you know anything about HBCUs? Why would you know anything about why D&I or affirmative action exists? Why would you believe anything outside the realm of what you live in? So I implore you, sir, pick up a book, learn the history of the country we live in, and understand why black institutions had to be built, because we were not allowed to be American.
Wait, if you were detained at any California
American, the very thing that we are.
I was just doing some research and it hit me. Black people have been calling for delineation. This is different than the boycott, but they were calling for delineation. And you can hear throughout the week, you can hear the anger and the upset in a lot of Black Americans' voices. But when I look at it and I think about what's been going on, Black Americans have been experiencing a paper genocide. Now, tell me if that's too strong of a statement, but if I were just to look at what's been going on in legislation, documentation, immigration, it is the intentional erasure of Black American history and Black American culture. So I don't say this lightly. I know those are strong words, but the upset and the uproar by quote unquote foundational Black Americans is because they understand, we going out for Palestine, we're going out for all these other injustices. But here at home, we are experiencing a paper genocide and we have to come together, make sure that doesn't happen. I heard many prophets say on TikTok, Trump was going to bring back righteousness and everybody mocked those prophets. But the righteousness is that people are waking up to the truth. I don't know. Y'all tell me in the comments if I'm really just reading too much into this.
You as white people are obligated to right wrongs that your ancestors did. White people want Black people to stop talking about it and don't make me feel bad about myself and I'm not a bad person and yes you are. If you don't want to hear it, too bad. The responsibility falls on your shoulders.
All right, I'm just going to break this down as clearly as I can. You are not owed anything because of the color of your skin, and I certainly don't owe you anything because of the color of mine. I've never owned a slave a day in my life, and you've never been one. Neither were our parents, neither were our grandparents. You have bought into the leftist lie that you are owed something because of the color of your skin because you cannot achieve it yourself. You have chosen to sacrifice your personal responsibility and your dignity, and that is not my problem, and I am under no obligation whatsoever to fund your sense of entitlement.
I feel like the church throws out the word demonic too loosely. You want to know what demonic is? Demonic is American chattel slavery, the dehumanization of Black Americans in this country, okay? Not giving these people their reparations, okay? It's also using African American hair for pillows, couches, and mattresses, using slave skin for leather. That's demonic. Trump throwing immigrants in Alcatraz. If they try to escape, they're going to get bit by alligators. Okay? Concentration camps in 2025. That's demonic. Okay?
You want to know what's the most ironic thing about this whole fuck around and find out situation? Is that the people who voted red, all you Republicans, y'all voted not because you thought he was going to make your life easier, but because you knew he was going to make our lives harder. See, if we just go back in history, every single time figures out a way to advance socially, economically, politically, it doesn't matter. Every single time that we figure out a way to advance, what happens? More stipulations are put into place, more laws get passed, there's always a moving of the goalpost, and you know what really pisses them off is the fact that we keep figuring out a way to get to the goal. We keep figuring out a way to get to the goal. No matter what they do, we keep figuring out a way. But here's the thing about it. All them stipulations, all those laws being passed, it still affects them. It affects them. And now it's harder for their kids to do things. It's harder for their grandkids to do things. They want it to only affect us. And so they were hoping that putting Trump in office was going to be that final stipulation that can basically make America great again. You understand, where the white people can just always take the scenic route. You understand, they could always get the shortcut while we have to go through a back alley. That's the thing. But see, where you guys really fucked around and found out is that there's a new class system that's being put into place, and it has nothing to do with your skin complexion. It has nothing to do with your race. It has everything to do with your tax bracket, bitch. Your tax bracket. And you guys weren't paying attention to that. You thought that your proximity to whiteness, or you actually being white, was going to save you, like it's always done time and time again. However, Trump, President Elon Musk, and Vice President Trump do not give a fuck about you. Even the people that were making $100,000 a year who voted for him. I have family members who voted for him because they want to be rich. And they thought that they were going to get a tax cut. Instead, you're paying more on top of the taxes that he has everybody paying that was put into office and put into our government in 2019. A lot of you guys think that we're under Kamala and Biden's, and no, we're not. We're under We're under Trump, baby. Still. Everybody complaining about this economy. We're under Trump's economy from his last term. So all of you who voted knowing that he was not going to make your life easier, but we're counting on the fact that you thought that he was going to make our lives harder, is really feeling the ramifications behind fuck around and find out. Even you boomers who are on fixed incomes is feeling it. Y'all feeling it. And guess what? Us brown and black people, we're used to this shit. We used to this shit. We're going to complain, we're going to cry, but guess what? We're going to figure it the fuck out, because that's what we always do. You guys, though, y'all never had a backup plan. Y'all never had to find out.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential.
When they first started to recruit people to come to work here, right, about 5 or 6 decades ago, they told them that the African Americans were lazy people and they did not want to work. Meanwhile, at that time, it was because they didn't want to pay African Americans more money. They wanted to give them slavery wages. But African Americans were trying to hold out for more pay. Instead of paying African Americans more, what they did was recruit black people from the Caribbean.
I just want to say, like, so much respect for this woman for getting on and telling the truth, because I feel increasingly frustrated. It's really been on my heart, especially these last few days, about the anti-Black American sentiment that comes so too often from people that look like us, people who have immigrated to America within the last, few decades, but literally act as though we're just something that's here that is not deserving of what we have, that we have no culture, that we have no work ethic, that we have no fight in us. And it's like, not for everything that we have endured, everything that we have fought for and continue to fight for, to make America a place that has allowed for people of all colors to be able to try to chase the American dream. But you don't want to be honest. I feel like this is especially true. A couple of days ago, I went to this event, and it was a Muslim event, and it was talking about anti-Blackness among Arabs and South Asians. I mean, we already know the spiel. We already know how they get down. But something I feel like we don't talk about enough as well is that a lot of the diasporic people who are within the Muslim community, within the American community in general, they look down on Black Americans, or their favorite words that they like to call us, just as much as the non-Black people, the non-Black immigrants. And we have to be honest about this. And it really does, like, you feel it a little deeper when it comes from people who look like you. For me, I couldn't care less what a non-Black person thinks about me, particularly if they came here because their country has either been colonized or destroyed by America. You're looking at the wrong enemy, because not one Black American has done a thing to you for you to have this much smoke for us. But when you see another Black person coming who might just have a different accent, who has also had experiences with being torn down in every way possible by colonizers, by Europeans, and then to feel as though some reason we are more deserving of that treatment, it doesn't make sense to me. And to be honest, I don't know if it's coming from a place of insecurity of wanting to be the top Negro, but it's not cute at all. I love all my people, especially all my Black people around the world, but we have to be honest. And I just really feel like Black Americans are very disrespected.
And before I close my eyes tonight, it is with a sober heart and a clear mind that I extend 2 full middle fingers to all of you that didn't vote, told others not to vote, and those of you that voted third party, knowing full well we are in a 2-party system that wasn't going to change in a few months. It is because of you that now we're going to end up in a 1-party system when they gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's what's going to happen. It was the one thing holding states accountable for representation. As soon as this is passed by the Supreme Court, because that's how ignorant they are, as soon as they overturn this and take this away, those states are going to start gerrymandering. Representation will be gone. Do you hear me? They're going to gut and take the filibuster. There will be no representation because they know that most of us vote Democrat. And that's not what they want. This is what is happening here. 60 years. My mom was born in 1958. Before this, she is still here. I just don't understand what has happened to this country. I know how we got here, but I don't understand right now the complacency, okay? The capitulation. I don't understand any of it. I don't understand how we got here now. My God, today.
I'm Vic Myers. Welcome to The Resistance. I've been trying for a while now to figure out how to talk about something that's been on my mind, and recent events, I think, finally pushed it up. What I want to say is that racism is a white people problem. A white people problem that others are forced to live with. As a white man, I've never had to be afraid of being pulled over by the cops. As a white father, I've never had to have that special talk with my kids about not looking wrong or saying the wrong thing to a cop for fear that they wouldn't come home again. I've never had to worry about being turned down for a mortgage because of the color of my skin or where to go jogging. Never had to worry that I could be scooped up by ICE just for looking like I might belong to the wrong group, even though I was born here. I've never committed the misdemeanor crime of selling cigarettes. But if I did, it wouldn't be a capital offense. These are things that people of color have to deal with every stinking day. These are things that white people allow, that white people cause. I think I'm finally ready to talk about it now because of the state that our country's in, the permission that Donald Trump has given for racist behavior, and the hope I recently felt when I saw the latest poll numbers. For reasons that never made sense to me, Donald Trump has gained support in nearly every demographic when he won his last election, including non-white communities. But now, recent polling suggests that just about everybody is finally seeing him for what he is. They're seeing his racism, and the racism emanating from this administration like stink from a skunk. And they're saying it's not okay.
California, the whole nation is counting on you. Republicans want to steal enough seats.
He's lost everything that he gained, and then some, among all these groups. Well, every group except one. That one group is white, non-college educated men, the last stronghold of Trump's race-based politics. Polling indicates that a majority of this group is still standing solidly behind Trump and his policies. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be any better off under Trump's policies than anybody else. Maybe one day they'll realize that their racism isn't worth what they're losing. And maybe the rest of us will realize something too, that racism is a white people problem, and it's up to white people to solve it. It's up to white people to call it out among their coworkers, their friends, and their family. It's up to white people to be the loudest and proclaim that racism is no longer acceptable in American institutions. It's up to white people to make sure that we're not voting for the racists. Thanks for listening. Good day.
This has gone way beyond too far. The Department of Homeland Security, the same agency sworn to protect Americans, just reposted a video of a young black man and completely twisted his words. They edited his video to make it look like he was threatening ICE agents. They captioned it, "We have the receipts." This is not a joke. It's a smear campaign from our own government. Imagine waking up to find the US government telling 300 million people that you are a terrorist. He's been doxxed, he's been harassed, he's been hunted, and DHS still has it posted on their official X account. And what's worse, people are saying, and are going to be saying, they are not surprised. This is a huge problem. We should be living in a world where this is shocking and where the people responsible are held accountable. This is exactly how dictatorships start. Not with soldiers in the streets, but with propaganda built on ordinary citizens. And this young man, they aren't just trying to ruin his reputation, they are trying to and are actively destroying his life. If the state can manipulate a video to fit its story, they can do this to any one of us. But most importantly, when they target a young black man and a community already oppressed and profiled, it exposes exactly what kind of system we're living under. And yes, there will be people saying, I don't understand because I'm white. And they're right, I'll never understand. But what I do understand is that we cannot and we will not let this keep happening.
This is not going to be a PG-13 video because it needs to be said, because somebody has to say it. What in the fuck is wrong with you people? Pam Bondi, I want to know. Attorney General, I want to know, you fake white fucking Christian, you fucking Pharisee, what is wrong with you people? And Carol Levine, what in the fuck is wrong with you people? You sit up there as women supporting a man who sexually abuses women, who's a fucking felon, who insults people's wives, who's a bully, who has dinner with white nationalists, and you dumb motherfuckers, but the trans people, the trans people, the trans people. Oh, look at the 2 trans people in Maine. Oh, we're going to punish them because it's against the design of God. Was it God's design for Donald Trump to fuck Stormy Daniels on his 3rd marriage? Is that part of God's design? I want to know, Pam Bondi, is it? With your fake fucking gold cross? Is that part of God's design? To bang a porn star while your wife is at home with the 2-week-old son? Is that part of God's design? Is that your nuclear family? 40,000 people die a year from gun violence. 40 fucking thousand. And what do you dumbass white Christians do? Oh, Lincoln Riley! Lincoln Riley! Oh my God! Out of 40,000 people that die a year, you pick one non-white person and bitch and moan to justify your fucking racism. What about the other 220,000 that have died over the last years? Huh? Where's your outrage, pro-life Christians? I want to know, where is it? Where did you stand up for Amber Thurman that lost her life because you took away her fucking health care? Where is your outrage over the 14 million kids that go to school every day hungry? Where's your outrage over the 11 million people that live in fucking poverty? Where's your outrage over all of the women who were victims of sexual abuse in this country? And you're like, oh, whatever, I'm a Christian. I'm going to vote for a man who sexually abuses women. What in the fuck is wrong with you people? You literally could be eating garbage on the side of a street and homeless as long as you owned the fucking libs. Your bigotry, your racism, your xenophobia of everybody that's not white is morally reprehensible and it's disgusting. It is vile. You are why we're here. This white supremacist fucking country. And I'm sick of it.
Don't just take classes.
Oh,
Take
oh,
charge.
stop.
Start your
Oh my God. Hey, yo. You see what me and Seventh Answer do? You see how we go out here and we just bring the information to you raw, straight, with no chaser? Now, okay, the language in these videos are colorful and everything else, but look. We're gonna get people who are talking from the heart. And man, this is Jeremiah 16:11 in full effect. The book of the Bible, Jeremiah 16:11, which tells you that in the last days and in these times, Gentiles, especially white folks, are going to come forward and confess that everything they've been given and inherited a bold-faced lies. Oh, this is the time we've been waiting for. And man, it's here. You know an empire is going to fall when the very people it was built for are not benefiting, and now they see the error. But it's too late now. It's too late. You can't turn this around because the hard-heartedness of the overall majority and the ruling class is too far gone. And how do you expect them to be human? How? We're talking about the ancestors of people who fed our people to alligators, who were eating us. I want you to think about that, man. When they had Sunday hangings for entertainment, would cut off the body parts and put them in pickled jars and keep them as souvenirs. We're talking about people who were raping children yesterday, and they're graping children yesterday, and they're graping children now. That's right. Oh, yeah. We're talking about people who, for entertainment, Halloween, just so you can understand where the origin of because see, I know some of y'all like to forget, and they want you to forget history, but the history of the jack-o'-lantern, the pumpkin, that was when they used to take black people after they kill them. They would take the skulls of our murdered forefathers and mothers, that's right, and light candles in them, stuff them, that's right. The whole issue of the origin of Halloween, that's right. The whole issue of trick or treat. See, back then, when our forefathers and mother were slaves, they didn't have a retirement plan. So you know what they used to do? They had a going away party. When our forefathers and mother became too old and were deemed useless eaters, they had a party for them. A real life actual party. Trick or treat. And they would then give them a drink, an elixir of morphine or some other poison that would, that's right, kill them. And then they bury them in a mass grave. This is all stemming from Halloween, mind you. A practice they use on Halloween. Okay, Samhain, a tribute to the devil. And when it came to the children, they would actually give our children poison candy. Trick or treat. Look what you're asking. A trick or a treat. That's right. See, this is the history of this country. Well, Malachi, that sounds. Well, I'm gonna repeat it again. Don't forget they used to use our children as alligator bait. See, we're not gonna forget that. That in the Most High, the Lord God Almighty, Yahweh, ain't forgetting this. And for all my white listeners out there, and those who benefited from America and lived off the blood of our people and the sweat and tears of our people, you have a lot to pay for, and pay you shall, pay you will. Let's run. And now, for those that are just tuning in, you're tuning into The Lion's Den. The segment title, The Conversation Continues. Tonight, we're talking about the tyrannical, ruthless, unethical, malicious president, Trump, Trump and company. And what we're showing you now is the varying voices of dissent in this country. See, we're not making things up. And again, we don't need the validation, but it does feel good to see people up on it and are out here talking. And while all you should value Black media in all of its different divisions, makeup, are out here doing it. This is why you should value the Lions Den, this medium that the Seventh Answer Creamer provides, and we're not here to compete with no one. We don't care about anyone's validation. All we're about is bringing about information. And with that being said, hit that like and subscribe button, and let's keep the energy going. Seventh Answer. Let's keep the energy going. Go ahead.
You accept any form of immorality from this piece of shit president in the name of Jesus, while you go to church and pretend to be a fucking Christian for 1 hour a week with your fucking Joe Biden flag and your Joe in the Ho t-shirt. Yeah, such great godly values, but God forbid a transgender play in a sport. How many felonies have these transgenders committed? I want to know. That's right, 0. While you support a fucking felon. Where is your outrage over Brian Sitnick? His family will never see their dad because of your fucking cult leader. But you don't give two shits, right? It's the transgenders. It's CRT, it's DEI, it's diversity. Blame the Black people, blame the immigrants, blame the fucking Muslims. You are why this is a shithole country. It has never been great for everybody that doesn't look like fucking me. We have been told since we were in fucking diapers, worship the flag. You're the bestest in the whole world. You get up and you pour your freedom Wheaties with your patriotic milk, and you do the Pledge of Allegiance to your breakfast. And before you leave, you feed your pet bald eagle. And then you go to school with your 1776 Constitution. That shit was written by fucking pieces of shit slave owners who owned Black people. But you won't fucking say that because you refuse to admit what this fucking country is. It's racist. And you fake ass Christians accept everything that is fucking wrong, moral, sinful, bigoted, sexist, misogynistic to praise Jesus. While you support a man who treats human beings like absolute garbage because you love it. You fucking love it. That guy right now that's in El Salvador has a fucking family.
With so many choices across the U.S., find LA resorts even Giants fans
wife and 3 kids. You know what? He hasn't sexually abused women. He's not a 34 count felon. He didn't cause an insurrection on the fucking Capitol. But you get off on it because he's not white. And it fucking makes your sexism and your racism, you get your lucky sock out and you fucking love it. You love it. I cannot imagine how hard it must be to be black in this country.
Yeah, you know
The
what?
reason we're here
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
is because
Okay.
there's a swath of this country that only give a shit about themselves. You voted for this human piece of shit because you couldn't handle a black man sitting behind the Resolute desk. So you went back to the only thing you know, the plantation owner. And then you couldn't handle a black woman being president. So you went back to the plantation owner again. You went back to what this country was founded on. The founding fathers that designed this country for 21-year-old white men. See, I grew up in a home that was very abusive. I don't like seeing people mistreated. And I am sick and tired of you fucking white, racist piece of shit Christians coming on here and demonizing everybody that doesn't fit into your fucking religious ideology. You are the same religious bigots and zealots that crucified Jesus in the name of God because you don't want kindness and empathy and compassion. You want to watch the world fucking burn in the name of Jesus. I'm sorry to people that are mistreated by these people. I'm not going to hide my passion because I care about people. This isn't about me. Being a real man, just so you people know, isn't about owning a truck or guns or tattoos or being some tough guy. It's about giving a fuck about other people when it doesn't affect me. That's what being a fucking real man is. So why don't you start giving a shit about somebody else? Since you people claim to follow Jesus so much, the least selfish person that ever lived. How about you go do that and stop blaming fucking trans people for your shitty life?
Being a black woman is knowing when the fight is not yours. It is letting America pay for her sins and transgressions. We will not save you this time. Tell me what you know about being disqualified for being overqualified. Knowing too much and might do the job too well. Code switching my tongue to standard English just to be micromanaged by someone who calls themselves an ally. Feed me propaganda. Greet me with African American vernacular they learned on TikTok. They say it's the new Gen Z lingo. They have no idea the origin of this breakdance language. We are living in a new era. The descendants of sharecroppers are now the new corporate baddies. Systemic racism hates to see all this prosperity on us, so they took back their affirmative action in the name of equality. Fine. Keep your DEI programs and initiatives. Haven't we been here before? Don't we always return back to the fabric of what this country is made of? But this time there will be no fact checking. So every day we have to fight erasure with permanent ink, telling our stories, writing our stories in a skyline like, my people were here, my people have always been here.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Now let's continue. America does not fear its enemies. It fears its own reflection. The cries of black people are still echoing in the land. And until justice is done, peace will never truly live here. The blood, the pain, the prayers, they all speak louder than any flag. You can't keep mistreating the very people who gave this land its soul. Because without Black America, there is no America. So yes, America will suffer for its injustice. And maybe through the suffering, the truth will finally set it free. Yeah, that's what I think. I would actually like to know your opinions in the comments. Do you think it's going to suffer? Because imagine doing this for people for over 400 years. Until today, it still continues. There's something that is called karma. So let me hear your thoughts in the comments. All right?
Yeah. See, everybody knows. There are a lot of people outside of America who know and they see the proverbial spiritual handwriting on the wall. This country's in big trouble. This empire and all those who have benefited from it are in big trouble. That last white fellow, as colorful as his language was, you could hear the anguish in his voice. He knows their people are in huge, dire trouble. You reap what you sow, and what you sow is what you reap. And a divine judgment is on this society. Oh, yeah, it's in big trouble. Ain't no getting around it. See, yeah, we were brought into we were born here to be in the captivity. Indeed. But the Most High did give stipulations on what was supposed to be done. And you all ran with it way too far. But you were allowed to rock, though. Sometimes even my faith is a little shook when I think of but now, given the things that our people were doing, when I read and it shames me and embarrasses me, okay, I get it I get it. But still, in all, you all have a lot to pay for. And for my white listeners in particular, your forefathers and mothers have doomed you. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Not because your skin is so white, but because your actions and deeds, their actions and deeds on this society have not been right, and they and you, their children, didn't make it right. You didn't make it right. You had your chance. And those in the leadership who you put there, they were given their chance. But through willful ignorance, arrogance, and entitlement, no, they perpetuated and made things worse. And instead of freeing us now, they took it upon themselves to put identity thieves in the land of Israel right now and are giving them money that they're not entitled to. And that's why there's no peace in that land right now as we speak. See, we're the children of Israel. We're the real Jews this Bible speaks of. And we're going to continue on. Those of you who are just tuning into the Lions Den, please understand that we seek out other voices because we want to let you know that what we do here is not about racism, hate. No, what we're doing is taking up the banner of responsibility to uncover, detect, disrupt, and destroy all lies being told on our people, especially, and everything else that they're lying about. We in the Lion's Den, we don't make the devil our friend. We're not interested in making devils of lower levels our friend. The devil don't like us and we don't like them. Let's make that clear. And we unapologetically stand on the laurels of the Lord, the laws of the Lord, as articulated and laid out in the book of the Bible and embodied in his son Christ, our Lord and Savior, who died so we could live, although we didn't deserve it. But we're in that time now, our redemption is at hand. The requirement of you, white America in particular, letting us go is now at hand. And if you don't let us go, that we may serve our God, what the things you're seeing, the attacks, the fires, earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, typhoons, and the uproars and seditions of the people is only going to increase, culminating in an all-out defensive and offensive onslaught by Christ and the angels who are now on standby, ready to make this happen. We're not going to hide it. We're not going to pretend that it's not happening. Because, see, the seventh answer, nor do I want anyone's blood on our hands. So we're giving you fair warning and a clear understanding on why these things are happening. And yeah, there are other voices out there. Yeah, there are other nations who now are looking to cleave to us. But you know what? Yo, nah, we don't want you cleaving to us now. No, Ham, you stay right where you at. No, Moab, Ammon, all y'all, Japanese, China, East, you stay right where you at. Keep the same energy you didn't want, black, you didn't want no part of us. Keep that same energy. Now that we are coming back into who we really are. And now that we're being restored, keep that same energy. Don't come cleaving us now. You brace yourself as well. Everybody who's had a hand in our destruction, everybody who's conspired, you're gonna rue the day you did that. You're gonna rue, and you're ruing it right now. That rue, R-U-E, it means to regret, to be woefully regretful and fearful. You're feeling that now. As we continue to watch this society fall apart, but yet you got the hard-hearted, that tyrannical, ruthless, unethical, malicious president still going full throttle with his minions on their Heil Hitler venture. I know on our last broadcast, we gave you a homework assignment, those of you, to seek out the writings of Adolf Hitler, to seek out the structure of Das Wunderkind. I wonder how many of you have actually taken time out to go and investigate it. If you haven't and you forgot the assignment, Das Wunderkind, look it up. That's D-A, that's D-A-S. Wunderkind is spelled W-N-D-E-R-K-U-N-D. Das Wunderkind. Look up what it's about, what it was structured on. The program of Adolf Hitler. That's right. Look it up. We're in the information age. As we continue on, we're going to continue to now bring you more voices into our night owls. Who that's enjoying us right now. This is the Lion's Den, the ultimate truth-reality social media platform. And now we're going to, our beautiful Aqua and sister in faith, Sister Lisa Cabrera. Shalom, shalom, if you should be watching this broadcast, Sister Lisa. But in the meantime, between time, fair use, Shaw. And if you, one of the mighty powerful sisters out here making it happen in her spear. Okay? But Lion's Den is where it's at, y'all. The home of, again, the ultimate truth-reality social media network, y'all. But let's go to work. Let's go to work, Seventh Answer. Let's go to work and give a listen, y'all. Enjoy.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. I hope you're all doing well. Ladies and gentlemen, the word is out. Anybody that's on SNAP, you are not getting your payment. And we know who it's impacting the worst. Okay. You know, one thing, Donald Trump is going to blow the lid off of the lies that have been told up in here. Like our people are the main ones on welfare, which has been the biggest lie told the entire time up in here. And it's going to show you who's really getting these food stamps. Now, November 1st will be the first time nobody will get money loaded onto their EBT cards. So you're going to see who's going to be crying the most. Just keep your eyes on everything, y'all, because this will make a difference and it will finally shut up all this Black people and welfare, which, you know, we know they're just projecting because this is what they have done. Remember, welfare, food stamps, Section 8, none of that was made for us. And when welfare first came on the scene, Jim Crow was going on. You know, darn well, this government wasn't doing anything for us during those times. They ain't doing nothing for us now. But it's going to get interesting up in here. You know, we all got to get in survival mode. Now, those of you that may be short, try to hit up your food banks as much as you can in your area. Find where all of them are nearby and try to get your butt over there. I know there's one not far from me at a church. They have a food bank. Y'all, over the years, I have seen that line go further and further down the road. It's like every Wednesday they give out food and they usually get it from local supermarkets, donate so much food to this church. And you can tell times are bad because if I go around there, the line of people waiting to get in there to get food is longer than I have ever seen in my life. And even just 5 years ago, you did not see that. But now, every Wednesday, you can see that line wrapping around people trying to get to that church to get food. And I can imagine now if people don't get their food stamps, because they're already warning people, and they're even telling people not to even call and scream at the workers because it's not their fault. The government did not fund it. Remember, the budget office is closed. So they're letting people know, you know, don't call and try to harass the workers there because they can't really do nothing about it. They don't control the money. So this is going to get interesting. I guess if you got friends or family that you're close to and they're on assistance, I guess we're all just going to have to do the best we can to help them out, you know? But one thing it will do, it'll help us be a real community again, like we were once before, you know, people looking out for each other. And actually, I think that's the best thing for us in these final times. Then we keep other people out of whatever we got going on. And look, I have an arrow garden and I grow things indoors even during the fall and winter months. If you can do that, get one. If you can splurge and get one for maybe $40, $50, $60, get it. I don't care if you can't grow nothing but a tomato, grow that. Or you can grow some lettuce and make your own salad from lettuce you grow. Just get it, you know? And consider getting a garden this year. Even if you're in an apartment on a balcony, you can put some fruits and, some vegetables and stuff out on your balcony. Now we are going to have to consider those things. So, y'all, let's get to it. Let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. All right, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And, Donald Trump has made cuts to SNAP. These Republicans are trying to get everybody off of everything now anyway. Section 8, Medicaid, SNAP, they want to push everybody off of this stuff. So maybe this is the time for everybody to make that move and try to do things for ourselves. Thank you, everybody.
Wait, if you were detained at any California women's prison, such as Chowchilla Women's
SNAP benefits will not be issued for the month of November. If you're new here, my name is Crystal. I'm a social worker and a caseworker. I have been working in the social service field for over 10 years. I also worked at the SNAP Welfare Food Stamp Office for over 6 years. I have processed hundreds of SNAP cases, and in this video, I will explain to you what's happening with November SNAP benefits. Due to the government shutdown, many states are now sending out notifications stating that they do not have the funds to issue SNAP benefits for the month of November. The federal government has already informed all states that it will not fund November's benefits. And since the funding for SNAP comes from the federal government, the states literally have no money to pay out. Some states are outright saying that they will not issue November's benefits, and some states have not confirmed it yet. I'll just tell you, if you receive SNAP benefits, please be careful on how you spend October's benefits because there will be no more SNAP issued until this shutdown ends. I have some resources to help you find food pantries if you need it, linked in my bio. All you have to do is click the link, put in your zip code, and it will show you a list of food pantries near you. If you have any questions about this, feel free to let me know, and I hope this helped.
On SNAP or knows who's somebody who's on SNAP food stamps, I need you to hear this. Because of the government shutdown, your SNAP benefits could be halted for November. That's not me saying it. That is states saying it. Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, New York, Pennsylvania, Texas, and West Virginia have all released some sort of statement saying that in November, these benefits could be halted because of the government shutdown, which, by the way, as of today, is still going on and is expected to be the second longest in history. First longest being 35 days. Really important to note is that the Secretary of Agriculture himself has said going to run out of money in 2 weeks. He said this on Thursday. Again, for context, for those who don't know, SNAP puts people below the poverty line for groceries. Now, some good news is the fact that there is some reserve funding to help the agency tap into some benefits. That is at only around $6 billion. To fund the entire program for everybody in the United States would require $8 billion. Obviously a $2 billion difference in making this challenging. Be sure to share this with other people, the follow button, because I'll keep you updated on this story and how local communities could be affected.
You want to know what's crazy? Now we see who need them motherfucking stamps. Well, now we see who really down bad and shit, who really need them more than us, huh?
The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, nearly 500,000 people in Philadelphia alone depend on SNAP every month to put food on the table. Now, based on previous shutdowns, SNAP recipients will receive payments for the first month. But if the shutdown lasts longer than 30 days, we could see delayed payments or states forced to step in with contingency plans. Now, the impact could even come even sooner for families using WIC benefits. That's the program for women, infants, and children, which provides food and baby formula. And in Pennsylvania, WIC is almost completely funded by the federal government.
But for WIC, the difficulty here is when there's a threat of a government shutdown, or as in the case a handful of years ago, the federal government did shut down for about 35 days. We do see that is going to have an impact to programs.
Experts say for now, families should continue to use their benefits as usual.
The State Department of Human Services says SNAP recipients will not receive the SNAP benefits that were supposed to be doled out to them in November. Of course, this is a big deal, right? Especially with the government shutdown that doesn't appear to be ending anytime soon. The state DHS says SNAP benefits will not be paid until the federal government shutdown ends and when funds are doled out again to the state. This is retroactive to October 16th at this point. It is a big deal. We have two counties in our region that are among the highest in our state when it comes to percentage of residents receiving SNAP benefits. Fayette County has the second highest in the state behind Philadelphia County, and the state's DHS website has Greene County at sixth highest in Pennsylvania as well. That just goes to show you the impacts this is going to have here in our area alone. Just know that if you need immediate food assistance, you are urged to call 211, and you can also visit Feeding Pennsylvania at feedingpa.org. You can also go to panavigate.org as well. By the way, that 211 line has had a little over 3,300 calls to it so far this month in southwestern Pennsylvania. Over 54,000 calls have been made to it this year in our region. Now, as people are waiting to see when this government shutdown will end, the state DHS says it will notify people properly when it comes to those SNAP benefits coming back online again and when they can expect those payments.
Department of Agriculture says it will not fund the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP if the government shutdown extends into November.
Now, this would impact about 42 million people across the country who rely on SNAP benefits to buy food. The USDA sent a letter to state agencies last week saying there would not be enough funding to pay for the entirety of November's benefits. It also told states not to send certain files to the contractors that load those EBT cards that people on SNAP use. A budget agreement that reopens the government would also restore SNAP funding. But the shutdown continues now into its third week with negotiations at a standstill.
And this government shutdown is not ending anytime soon.
Y'all need to get y'all's families together and have a big family meeting about how the holidays is motherfucking canceled. Yeah, cancel all of this shit. Everything is canceled, okay? Don't go out there buying all of these gifts, all of these presents. Don't go out there buying all of this. Furthermore, you need to start cutting down on your spending and stop buying unnecessary stuff. Okay? Because the only way we're going to affect these people is to hit their pockets. They don't give a damn about us. All right? They done suspended SNAP benefits for the month of November. They said, hey, states, we ain't got it. How you ain't got it? How you ain't got it? But you're sending money to other countries. You're sending money to other countries and you're funding their food. You're funding their health insurance. Meanwhile, the government is shut down about an argument about health insurance and about other things that Americans need. But you're sending my money to another country. Shut the shit down. And before y'all get in my comments trying to talk shit, shut up. Okay? Oh, she's just mad because she's not receiving her food stamps this month. Baby, I don't even receive food stamps, but I have before. I'm not mad that I'm me personally not receiving food stamps. I'm mad about the direction America is going in. I'm mad for the people that's not receiving food stamps this month and that really need it. I'm mad that they cancel food stamps on the month where everybody gets together and spends the most on food, Thanksgiving. I'm mad about that when they know people need food. People that are really struggling are going to go without food. Homeless people are going to go without food. There are people that are going to be in the month of November starving. Food banks was already packed and already full. Going to be even more packed than ever. And as a matter of fact, if you have the means and you feel like, oh, I haven't been affected yet, go ahead and give. Instead of spending money on bullshit this year, how about you go ahead and give to your local food banks? Go give some food. Go give some time. Go give some energy and help out. Because if it's affecting one, it can affect all. We're all going to be affected by this eventually. And it's no coincidence that they canceling food stamps this month. He wants us to go out and riot so bad so he can declare martial law. Y'all should be very upset. And if y'all can't get on one accord and stop buying shit up at the very least, baby, we're already done. We're doomed. We're done. Shut it down. Only buy necessities. Yeah, holidays is canceled. Don't go out there buying your kids $1,000 worth of gifts. Sit your kids down and have a conversation. It'll be okay. Let them know. We're fighting right now, sweetie. We are fighting. Your kids will understand. Let them know you're fighting for their future because right now it's not looking like they're going to have much of one. They'll understand They'll get with the program. They'll adapt. They'll adjust. It'll be okay. You got to hit their pockets. You got to hit them where it hurts. They're not going to listen until you affect their money, affect their wallet. Since they want to take money out the government, and a lot of these big corporations, big businesses are the ones that's funding it. Stop spending money. Yeah, holidays is canceled. Next 4 years, stop buying shit up. They don't give a damn about us. Stop buying shit up. Baby, don't go out there buying up all that shit. Sit the fuck down. Next 4 years, we sitting the fuck down.
Shit's gonna hit the fan in about 2 weeks when food stamps run out of money. That's right. SNAP benefits are going to go broke in about 2 weeks from now if this government shutdown continues. And that means mothers, fathers, children, people will be going without food, and there will be imagery coming out showing kids going hungry in the United States of America. It's unbelievable that we are at this point now, but the Department of Agriculture has said that this is likely to happen. They're exploring options. They're looking to see if they can collect money from customs duties that have come in. That's a possibility to maybe extend it a little longer. There are roughly 42 million Americans currently receiving SNAP benefits that could lose them. But the bottom line is we got to get the government reopened and get these programs funded. And the Republicans need to come back to the table to do so. When we start seeing children in food bank lines and children going hungry, that's not going to be a good look for them because they are not at work. They're getting paid and not doing their job. Mike Johnson refuses to bring them back into session to even talk with Democrats to try and work out a resolution. I don't know how we're going to get out of this without them coming back and that happening. It has to happen. It is their job. That's what they have to do. This is not governance. It's malfeasance on the side of the Republicans. Plain and simple. Let me know if you agree. Comment what you think. Like, share, spread the word, follow, subscribe, and I'll see you back here for the 411.
Hey, everybody. I work for state government at my local state capital, and I got an email with an update from FSD that let us know that it is 100% true and it is happening. The federal government has been instructed and have instructed the states to not supply any funds for food stamps or SNAP benefits for the entire month of November. Being able to communicate with the federal folks is difficult right now due to the shutdown, so there are a lot of details that even the state governments don't know. I got a letter, or an email. Who sends letters? I got an email from the director, the FSD director's office, and it literally said, "We're doing our best. You know as much as we do." But I wanted to I want to get on my soapbox and talk about the evils of politicians and money-hungry jerks and capitalism and all that stuff. But rather than do that, I thought it might be more helpful to let people know what they can do to help. These are your friends and neighbors. Almost everyone on food stamps that is not disabled or for other reasons unable to work, mental illness or mental capacity or because they're the elderly, whatever. If they don't meet those exemptions, most of the time we're giving that money and those benefits to the working poor, okay? These are your friends. These are your neighbors. This is the lady that checks you out at the grocery store. This is your elderly neighbor that lives next door. This is the guy at the gas station who you see every morning and banter with. These are our friends and neighbors, okay? First things first is that we all need to reach out to our senators and representatives at the federal level. I don't think it would hurt to reach out to them at the state level and say, what are you going to do? How are you going to help Missourians or Texans or, Virginians? How are you going to help them recover? How are you going to help them afford their food? But definitely focus on trying to reach out to the senators and state representatives in our federal government. Next thing is if you are someone who are losing your food stamp benefits for the month of November, first of all, I'm disgusted that it's happening to you, and I'm really, really sorry. And if there was something more that I could do in my position, I would do it. But what I want you guys to also know is that if you call to ask questions, please be nice to the state employees. The people at that call center don't make a lot of money. A lot of them are actually probably on state benefits as well. You just need to be nice to them. You don't know what else they have going on at home. You don't know whether or not they lost their SNAP benefits. And the truth is, these are just people. They're just people trying to do their job. And the fact that the federal government has cut off funds has nothing to do with Lacey, who works at the call center for DSS or FSD regarding SNAP benefits. It has nothing to do with them. So please remember to be nice. The other things that I think are really important is we need to focus on helping each other. So first of all, food pantries and food banks, volunteer and donate. November's already a really busy month for food pantries. I worked at one at a nonprofit. It's a really busy month because everybody's gearing up for Thanksgiving. There's a lot of families that are not going to have Thanksgiving this year because of not having food stamp money. Or there's a lot of people who are going to sacrifice eating the rest of the month so that they can provide their Thanksgiving meal. Okay, so we need to keep food pantries stocked. There's going to be even more people coming to them. There's going to be even more need.
If you
volunteer to help get that stuff out, to these people's vehicles and stuff.
Look, we're gonna keep it straight and raw with you all. These food banks and food pantries are not going to be able to accommodate 46 million plus people. Let's keep this thing realistic. Standing on a line for hours on end is going to end in all kinds of chaos and fights. Can we be realistic about this, please? Don't kid yourself, man. These, like the young lady said in the start of this video, and this is a presentation by our sister in faith, Lisa Cabrera. Like she said, Trump and these boys are looking for that martial law declaration. They want the anarchy. They want the chaos. These food banks and food pantries are not going to be able to accommodate all the people that are going to get out of here with that bullshit. Excuse my language. Here we have some perverted freaks and all kinds of deviants, sexual deviants, controlling the welfare and the resources that we've all paid into in some way, shape, or form, telling you and I that we don't need our money. Oh, we don't want to pay for your operation. We don't want to pay you guys to be able to buy your food. So we're gonna give it to Argentina, and we're gonna give it over here to Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan, and who we want to give money to, because it's big business for us, man. Yo, I just want to put that public service PSR, public service reminder. These food banks are ain't gonna cut it. Matter of fact, some of the people doing the food bank volunteering, they're gonna be the ones robbing most of the food. Don't kid yourself. I know several pantries that were in my neighborhood, okay, that have been shut down and audited because the volunteers were housing. Housing is a term that describes robbing the food pantries in the food banks. I just want to put that out there. Let's keep the energy going and keep the video going. Seventh answer.
try to keep keep the chaos down, but also donate. Donate money if you can. Okay, that goes a lot further than a can of green beans. If you can donate money, even just a few dollars, that goes a long, long way. But if you're going to donate food, keep in mind that September was Hunger Action Month. And so like all the food pantries do like some kind of event to do a big food drive. Find out from your local pantry what it is that they need. Chances are from Hunger Action Month, they've got so much canned food, they don't know what to do with it. Do they need boxed food? Do they have a freezer big enough that they can store a ham or a turkey that you buy so you can provide someone's Thanksgiving? Are they big enough that if you brought in a big box of frozen green beans or frozen corn that it would actually be able to get passed out and stored? Find out what they need, because right now they may not need canned goods. So definitely work on finding that out and helping them to stay stocked, because this is going to be really rough for them as well. Also reach out to your family and your friends and your neighbors who are on SNAP benefits. Probably all of us have at least one or two family members, the average person does, that are on SNAP benefits. And if you can, help them with groceries. Help them buy their groceries just for the month of November. Even if it's only a few dollars, do what you can to help. If you're unable to help, do not put yourself in debt and take food off of your table, but do help where you can. Try also inviting them to dinner and saying, hey, how about you come over to dinner 3 nights a week and we'll send you home with the leftovers. Try to incorporate the disabled old man next door or your great Aunt Lizzie or whoever. Try to incorporate them into dinners and meals as often as you possibly can. I also highly recommend you check in with soup kitchens and other benevolent groups, churches and nonprofits, and find out what else you can be doing. They may need volunteers for soup kitchens. Some of these places might decide to do the soup kitchen 5 days a week instead of just 3 days a week due to the shutdown. Find out what they need and see what you can do to meet that need. As important as it is to, acknowledge the fact that our politicians are failing us and that they are not doing what they should be doing, and they are not providing for the people that they were sworn in to provide for and to help and to improve their lives. They're not doing that. And as angry as we can all be about that, we also need to remember that being angry at people in Washington, D.C. doesn't fix the hunger that's right there on your street, in your apartment building, in your home, next door. It doesn't help. So do those things. Reach out to your senators and representatives. Be nice to state employees if you do have to talk to them, and go out of your way to help each other. Food pantries, family, neighbors, and friends, invite them over for dinner, help them with groceries, and check in with soup kitchens and places like that. I just wanted to make sure that we all stayed focused on the right thing. Let me know if you have any questions.
Imagine being able to build
$420,000 New Mexicans rely on those SNAP benefits. Today, state leaders discussed the important impacts of taking care of those people if funding from the federal government does not come on time.
We are prepared to, if the shutdown comes to an end in the next couple of weeks, really act quickly and make sure that folks get those benefits as timely as possible. As of right now, it's looking like those benefits will be delayed.
The New Mexico Health Care Authority says the U.S. Department of Agriculture will not issue funding for SNAP benefits at the beginning of November if the shutdown continues. Today, Cabinet Secretary Carrie Armijo spoke to lawmakers about the potential effects. She says retailers like grocery stores, farmers markets, and convenience stores would not be able to accept EBT cards if this happens. The Healthcare Authority says the USDA would be authorized as many as 1,700 retailers across New Mexico. State Senator Michael Padilla pointed out during the meeting that the economy could be impacted.
It's one thing, absolutely want to make sure that food and nutrition gets to our folks that badly need it, but also there are other individuals that are going to be affected by this as well. So I think we should be aware of that.
The state's HCA says in November they estimated $90 million in SNAP benefits would be on a potential hold. Secretary Armijo says they are working with other agencies to find alternate options of food and also partnering with food banks. Now, earlier this month, lawmakers approved a bill that would provide $8 million to 5 major food banks in New Mexico. And the healthcare authority says they are looking to expedite those funds at this time.
Okay, it's day 21 of the government shutdown. Let's see how America is doing.
All right, so SNAP is going away in November. There's no more money.
Oh shit, that's not good. Isn't like 70% of white Americans on SNAP benefits? That accounts for like 42 million people. So what are you all gonna do about November, especially Thanksgiving?
All
So what
I'm
are we
going to
doing?
say
Are we voting?
is
Are we protesting again?
if you see somebody grabbing up some food, trying to run away with it, no, you didn't. You didn't see shit. If you see somebody desperately trying to get food, you did not see a damn thing. You were paying attention to your children. You got focused on the products that you were browsing. You have a hard time hearing. I'm deaf in my left ear. I can't hear very well, especially directional hearing. My directional hearing is bad. Or maybe you're having some temporary blurry vision. You didn't see shit. You saw nothing.
So let me get this straight. The party that prides themselves on traditional Christian values, who voted for Donald Trump and was praising and cheering when the big beautiful bill was passed by the House, is now suggesting on stealing groceries or whatever they need to get by for November and December because SNAP benefits are dried up due to the government shutdown. How very Christian of you to steal. Isn't it literally the 8th commandment that states, thou shalt not steal? So how are you going to go to church, let alone approach Christ, your Lord and Savior, knowing that you went ahead and voted for Donald Trump and this is what you got, this is what you voted for, yet now you decide that it's okay to steal from grocery stores? I don't know, maybe it's just me, a libtard, right, who doesn't have traditional Christian evangelical.
Yeah, not for her. We 20 minutes in there. We want to skip to another one because this is a whole hour and we got other videos. We don't want to people talking about other people. This is just too much.
So, you mean the sarcasm is too much for you?
Girl, we focus on other stuff. Now you talking about Christian stealing and all this other type of stuff. But what you really want to talk about is blacks. Come on now, what are we doing here? So let's move on. I really want to play the Project 25.
All right.
That
seventh answer.
Already.
Okay, seventh answer. Not a problem. All right. Just want to give you the voices that are out there. This woman she's being a total ass. I get it, but I just want Lisa's just showing you what's out there. But look, I get it. We know exactly what she's talking about and what she's trying to get at. Okay.
Right, because he was really referring to those that he wasn't even really pertaining to himself. He was basically saying what the internet was saying, and most majority of them are black people saying that turn your face when you see things coming. But here she is, she want to target, the voters, which I understand, but at the end of the day, you feel me, that's small beef.
I got your seventh answer. Not a problem. Let's keep the energy going. Okay, time management, time efficiency, that's not a problem. If sometimes I tend to be a little too engaging, and you're right. If you shut it down, you shut it down. You know, I follow house rules. Let's go. But for those of you tuning in, as you can
Yeah,
see,
no, we already had a whole bunch of. We already had a video of like, you know, them giving up their intake. You know what I mean? That was 50 minutes. Then we did the other video. This is an hour, and it's just pretty much as I say, more tears. But we want to get to some kind. Then I want to move to the files because I really want to show, you know, back to Donald Trump character and, you know, the foul and
okay,
things of that.
seventh answer. So you know what? Then okay. So everybody, the seventh answer wants to take us in another a much needed direction as well. The file, the Jeffrey Epstein files, the fact, like you heard us saying early on, here you got a bunch of perverts trying to running this country into the ground and hiding all this information, and we're gonna give it to you straight with no chase as to why this shutdown is really in play. Seventh answer, let's take it away. Let's go to work.
White neighborhood, and the other homeowners will throw money at you faster than you can count it. Negroes aren't stupid. Given a choice, even they don't want to live among other Negroes.
Nothing more American than people willingly paying double for something they can't afford in the first place.
What happens once they realize they have been swindled?
Well, you could always ask Miss Koister if you could borrow a sanitary napkin.
If they make their mortgage payments, we win. If they default, we win.
Oh, you pray they miss their nut, and then you put those houses right back on the market.
At another markup. And by this time, it's an all-Negro neighborhood.
An entire population of Negroes who can't secure traditional mortgages. Do you need an abacus?
Uncle, 6%.
Oh, there you go.
This is why I do what I do. They're willing to prey on us. They're willing to give us predatory loans. They're willing to redline us. They're willing to sit in the bank office. They're willing to sit in the district office. And they're willing to sit there and say, they're probably going to fail. And at the end, we're going to walk in and gentrify the whole place. We're going to give them pennies on the dollar for what they paid. All because we don't know how finance works. All because we don't know how the whole game works. We get high-paying jobs, but we don't set up the whole system. We don't understand something like life insurance actually has what's called living benefits within it. See, most people get it through their job, and they're like, oh, great, I have life insurance. It's trash. 73% of those policies get unanswered. Ties life insurance policy or a policy that you actually own, not a group policy. What you get is the ability to have living benefits. In those living benefits, what you get is, say you take a fall at work, you lose 50% mobility, it'll cash you out. Say you get critically ill, it'll cash you out. Say, for God forbid, you end up with a terminal illness, it'll pay it while you're still alive. You can get to set everything in order while you're still alive. It's a fail safe. God forbid you die, your family's not out on the street. God forbid you get.
Ask Donald Trump what his plan is for Black America. Ask him. I'll tell you what it is. Look at Project 2025. Project 2025 tells you the plan includes making police departments have stop and frisk policies. The plan includes making it more difficult for workers to receive overtime pay. The plan includes ending the ability of Medicare to negotiate drug prices. You know what we have done? He said he would. We did. Which means that's how we brought down the cost of prescription medication. His plan includes making it more difficult for working people to get by and to destroy our democracy. You know what he says he'll do? Terminate the Constitution of the United States.
That's right.
Let me remind folks, you know what's in the Constitution of the United States? The Fourth Amendment, which protects you against unreasonable searches and seizures. the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and he's going to terminate the Constitution of the United States, which in most of those amendments, one thing or another was about a movement spurred by Black people to ensure that we would be equally protected under the law? Come on. Ask Donald Trump what his plan is for Black America.
Our investigation into Project 2025 began 2 weeks before the meeting with Vote, at a conference for religious nationalists in D.C.
The truth is, Christian nationalism is not a threat to American democracy. Christian nationalism founded American democracy.
Journalists from the Center for Climate Reporting have come posing as potential donors, looking to meet those involved in Project 2025. They're not hard to find. The Heritage Foundation, the group running the project, are here. So is Vote's think tank. We make the acquaintance of Mika Meadowcroft, an author on Project 2025 and a close aide to Vote. He tells us that Vote is running the secretive second phase of Project 2025.
And the second phase, after the book came out, was to break down like actual sort of policy packets and executive orders and agenda items, things like that. That's been supervised largely by us.
The first phase of Project 2025 was a 922-page policy book published openly. The second phase is a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for each federal agency. These much more detailed plans are confidential.
Yeah. Because obviously you want as little of it to be FOIA-able, if you're familiar with the FOIA process, as possible. Freedom of Information Act, yeah.
The Freedom of Information Act allows the public to request government communications, but Meadowcroft reveals they plan to avoid these rules.
Yeah, the goal is, familiarize all the transition team people with these plans, but you don't actually send them to their work emails, because then, you could just give the handbooks to everyone. Be like, this is the game plan for the admin. Yeah. But if the press knows that that's what you're doing, that they're going to immediately just say, I request all of your emails from Heritage. Okay. You worker.
I see.
So we'll see.
Interesting.
Meadowcroft offers to set up a meeting with his boss, Russ Vogt.
You could put me in touch with somebody who looks after his diary or whatever.
Yes, I can put you in touch with his schedule. Yeah.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Great.
So just tell me when to do that.
Okay, so the reason why I'm playing this is because for the simple fact that everything is going into plan. This project was already into plan. So Donald Trump hired all the parties, pretty much all the parties that are in Project 25, okay? So the plan is to shut down all these programs. The plan is to get rid of the Black colleges. The plan is to get rid of, the pretty much the amendment, the Constitution, get rid of the Constitution, period, which they already worked on, majority of that. And, but I'm just gonna show you some of the list of the projects that they plan to put into place and get rid of. But I'm leading up into that. I'm just showing you videos, but I'm gonna show you a list and how it's already into play. And this shutdown was already planned.
See, each one teach one, reach one, y'all. The seventh answer myself, like I said, like Inspector Gadget, we're always on duty, and like Richard Pryor, Sharp Eye Washington, we're studying on the case. Now, see, this is something that I wasn't even aware of. So now, like I said,
said he was gonna get rid of Medi-Cal, that was in a project, get rid of the government programs, get rid of education, the Board of Education, get rid of that. All this is into plan, including the SNAP program. All that was already into plan. So he's pretty much doing what is into plan. So I'm gonna show you.
All right.
We want to meet the man writing the game plan for Trump's second administration. Vogt believes that in his first term, Trump's agenda was frustrated by what he calls the deep state. So Vogt is planning a radical centralization of government power under the president. firing civil servants and ending the independence of agencies like the FBI and DOJ.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to take control of these bureaucracies, and we are.
As y'all know, they secretly recording this. He's on hidden camera and he's over there exposing the plan.
We're working doggedly on that, whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence. They're independent from the president.
Vogt has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
George Floyd obviously was not about race. It was about destabilizing the Trump administration. Right. We put out, for instance, a 50-page paper designed for lawyers to know that the president has, the ability both along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm. But we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works, so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research. But what I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum.
And for Vogt, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideological agenda when in power. Our investigation into Project 2025 began 2 weeks before.
Project 2025, page 339. Because nothing says educational quality like blaming poor students for being poor. This page argues that the Department of Education's current measures of school success, graduation rates and earnings are flawed because they're too influenced by poverty, family, and background. It suggests risk-adjusting education data to strip out the effects of socioeconomic inequality, so that poor students' struggles don't make institutions look bad. Then it pivots to call for reforming how the Department of Education makes rules, portraying stakeholder input as expensive and time-consuming, and implies that the department should have more freedom to skip consensus and push through new policies faster. What the page says. The page opens by criticizing how the Department of Education currently relies on graduation rates and average earnings as proxies for educational quality. It argues those outcomes are highly dependent upon a student's socioeconomic background, sex, family status, and other factors, not just the quality of education itself. It points out that colleges and universities with selective admissions appear to have better results because they admit low-risk, traditional students, while open enrollment institutions post the weakest outcomes, since low-income and working students often have life obstacles, job changes, childcare, medical bills, that make college harder. To fix this, it proposes using risk adjustment, a method borrowed from healthcare to filter out the effects of poverty, addiction, or poor health, just as hospitals are judged separately for treating wealthier versus poorer patients. They want higher education data to be similarly risk-adjusted to more carefully isolate the impact of educational quality versus socioeconomic status. Then it shifts to reform the negotiated rulemaking process at EED. It explains that federal law requires the Education Department to negotiate with stakeholders before writing new regulations, to understand any potential unintended consequences and seek suggestions. But Project 2025 complains that the process is expensive and time-consuming, that consensus is only rarely reached, and that the department should be able to move forward even when stakeholders disagree. What it means. This section reframes inequality as an inconvenient variable that gets in the way of producing data that flatters institutions. Instead of addressing why poor students have worse outcomes, it proposes a system that mathematically erases inequality from the equation, making elite colleges look even better and open access institutions look equal despite serving disadvantaged populations. The second half lays the groundwork for dismantling procedural safeguards in how education policy is made. Reforming negotiated rulemaking really means weakening the legal requirement that the Department of Education consults with teachers, parents, advocates, and experts before rewriting federal education rules. Why it's authoritarian? Because it disguises consolidation of control as efficiency. By dismissing stakeholder participation as time-consuming and pushing to bypass consensus, this section promotes unilateral rulemaking, letting political appointees push through sweeping changes without meaningful public input. And by redefining fairness in education data to exclude poverty and disadvantage, it rewrites reality itself, presenting inequality as if it doesn't exist, so that policies serving the wealthy appear effective. This is a classic authoritarian tactic. Control the metrics and you control the truth. What it would look like in law. If enacted, colleges serving poor and working-class students would appear statistically on par with elite schools, because the data would be risk-adjusted to cancel out the effects of poverty. Policymakers could then justify cutting funding for public universities or community colleges under the claim that outcomes are equal. Meanwhile, the Education Department could rapidly push through major regulatory changes like eliminating student protections or revising Title IX without teachers' unions, civil rights groups, or parent organizations having any real say. The result? A Department of Education that no longer measures inequality and no longer answers to the public. The bottom line. This page quietly lays out a double move: erase socioeconomic inequality from education data and erase public participation from policymaking. The first blinds the system to injustice. The second ensures no one can challenge it. This completes page 339. Find the full Project 2025 document in my bio. If you want to support my content, please subscribe to my YouTube in my bio. Hit that like and follow.
Reclaiming my time, I didn't ask you that. Are you aware of the fourth pillar playbook, and can you detail, as you are under oath, what exactly it calls for?
Again, I've not seen this fourth pillar playbook that you're talking about.
Moving on. I find it hard to believe that you don't know the details of this 100. Well, please, you are under oath and do not waste my or the public's time.
I'm happy to talk about all of the policy ideas that I've talked about. I've talked about them in that context.
I want to talk about the 100-day playbook, the fourth pillar. Can you elucidate us to that?
Again,
All right, I'm moving on, sir. I find it hard to believe that you don't know details of the 100-day playbook, but there's one person that definitely knows. Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, and that is why as co-founder of the Stop Project 2025 Task Force, alongside Representative Jared Huffman and dozens of our colleagues, we sent a letter to Mr. Roberts requesting he testify before Congress and release this 180-day playbook. We sent this letter on August 8th. The next day, he delayed his book launch, went into hiding. Kevin Roberts, what are you so afraid of? I am disappointed but unsurprised that the authors and leaders of Project 2025 are hiding their 180-day playbook. So today, Congressman Huffman and I are announcing a new, fully confidential tip line. Any person can visit huffman.house.gov/tip-line-form to submit any information you have about the secret playbook behind Project 2025. That goes for conservatives with a change of heart, workers at the Heritage Foundation, and our witnesses here today, who will perhaps find more courage when the cameras are off.
No, here's what's happening in the shutdown, though. Honestly, can I put it in plain words for you? And you're a smart guy, so you'll understand, but a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do before. So we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we wanted to close up or that we never wanted to happen, and now we're closing them up. And we're not going to let them come back. The Democrats are getting killed. And we're going to have a list of them on Friday, closing up some of the most egregious, socialist, semi-communist, probably not full communist, we're saving that for New York, but semi-communist programs. And we're closing them up. We're not closing up Republican programs because we think they work. So the Democrats are getting killed, but they're not telling the people about that. I say it, nobody, well, I haven't said it probably as bluntly as I just said it, but so we are closing up Democrat programs that we think that we disagree with, and they're never going to open again.
Remember when Trump insisted,
I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
well, now that he's president in 2025, what he's doing sure looks a lot like
Project 2025.
A Time magazine analysis found that about 2/3 of Trump's Week 1 executive orders seemed to be ripped from the pages of the Project 2025 playbook. At Courier, we've been talking about Project 2025 since 2023. What we said would happen is now happening. Here are 5 ways Trump and his billionaire backers are putting Project 2025 into action. Number 1, Trump is filling the White House with the Project 2025 team. Russell Vought has been called the chief architect of Project 2025, and Trump chose him to return as head of the crucial Office of Management and Budget. Vought argued that a president can override Congress to freeze funding of programs he doesn't like, even though this is explicitly against the law. We've already seen the new Trump White House try to do that. Trump picked Brendan Carr, who wrote the chapter on the FCC, to head the FCC. He picked Peter Navarro, an author of Project 2025's chapter on trade, to be trade counselor. He picked contributor Tom Homan to be the border czar. Stephen Miller and Caroline Levitt were part of Project 2025 and even starred in its recruitment video. Trump picked them respectively to be deputy chief of policy and press secretary. Number 2, a mass firing purge is at the center of Project 2025. The biggest goal of Project 2025 was to fire all the non-political government employees who were hired because of their expertise and replace them with MAGA henchmen. And sure enough, Trump has been on a firing frenzy. The head of the FAA resigned on Inauguration Day under pressure from unofficial co-president Elon Musk. And Trump fired the heads of the TSA and Coast Guard and scrapped the Aviation Security Advisory Committee, leaving critical air safety vacancies ahead of the tragic National Airport crash. Trump illegally fired more than a dozen inspectors general who are supposed to be the watchdogs against corruption and abuse at federal agencies. He nominated an FBI director who's called for shutting down FBI headquarters and replacing career crime fighters with MAGA cronies.
We got to put in all America patriots top to bottom.
And Trump has offered a financial incentive to all 2 million federal employees to quit immediately. Last time he was in office, it took Trump 4 years to put more than 2 million Americans out of work. And this time, he's tried to do it in his first week on the job. Can you imagine the chaos if the entire federal government took his offer and quit? If there were suddenly no one to run air traffic control, no one to cut Social Security checks, no one working at Veterans Affairs, no one doing cancer research, and no food safety inspections? And what would it do to the economy to suddenly have 2 million more unemployed Americans? It doesn't matter to Trump and the authors of Project 2025 because the pain is part of the point. Number 3. Remember when we said immigration enforcement is to be conducted like a war, with the military deployed within the U.S. and millions of immigrants rounded up and thrown into newly constructed mass holding camps? Well, Trump has indeed ordered the military to join immigration enforcement and has announced a 30,000-bed immigrant detention camp in Guantanamo Bay. Number 4. Project 2025 was obsessed with persecuting trans people. And so far, the Trump administration has been as well. Page 489 called for the federal government to deny the existence of trans people, which Trump did with one of his first executive orders. Page 62 called for disbanding the Gender Policy Council, which Trump immediately did also. Page 103 called for expelling trans people from the military, which Trump has started. Many pages are focused on blocking trans kids from living openly as themselves. And Trump is following those pages like a recipe, starting with an executive order blocking Medicaid or any government program from supporting gender-affirming care for kids. Number 5. The environment. Page 709 demanded the U.S. withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. Trump did that on his first day. Page 529 demanded opening up Alaskan wildlife to drilling. Trump did that on his first day, too. Page 520 said U.S. energy policy should prioritize fossil fuels over everything else. Sure enough, Trump's executive orders have blocked wind farms on federal lands and redefined energy as only oil, natural gas, coal, hydropower, biofuels, critical mineral, and nuclear energy resources. In other words, wind and solar are technically not even forms of energy anymore in the eyes of the federal government. And in accordance with page 431, Trump is blocking the EPA from limiting cancer-causing PFAS, or forever chemicals, from our drinking water. I am only scratching the surface of the Project 2025 policies that Trump has put in place, and he himself is only getting started. I'm Alan Piper at A Piper 13.
Who did you vote for president? Mr. Trump. Right? Trump.
Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen.
No.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us down.
Who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
I can tell you who Trump and MAGA's next target is. Black doctors. There is a bill in the House. It's called H.R. 3518. H.R. 3518. This bill attempts to change a civil rights bill from the 60s, the Higher Education Act of 1965, that Lyndon Johnson signed into law to make education more affordable for low-income and Black people. It created such things as Pell Grants, student loans, HBCU funding, etc. Well, this H.R. 3518, that bill is going to amend the Higher Education Act of 65 by prohibiting any sort of DEI program. In other words, they are going to change this civil rights law, this very important civil rights law, and make it a weapon against diversity, equity, and inclusion. How insidious is that? How hideous is that? How mean-spirited is that? So if medical schools does anything to promote DEI, then they will lose federal funding. They will lose loans. And that is really important for us, African Americans, because the average Black medical student need federal funding, student loans, etc. And we, as African Americans, we need more doctors. Only 7% of U.S. doctors are Black. And it's really, really important, very important, that we have doctors, Black doctors, who understand our culture, who take our health issues seriously. And that's important because the medical industry is replete with systemic racism. And that is another thing that H.R. 3518 prohibits. Medical schools cannot even mention systemic racism. They cannot tell their students that the healthcare industry or any other industry in America is systemically racist. Otherwise, they could lose their federal funding. This is crazy. It's all a part of Project 2025. And I made so many videos last year, all last year, after Project 2025 came out, warning African American people, whatever you do not re-elect Trump and allow him to bring MAGA and Project 2025 into office. And that's now exactly what we're dealing with. Now, listen, just because this targets DEI Don't make the foolish mistake, as pro-black imposters want you to do, to dismiss this dangerous bill by thinking that DEI only benefits, therefore, it only harms white women if Trump targets DEI. That is ridiculous, people, because they're using their anti-DEI war, their anti-critical race theory, their anti-wokeism war against us blacks, not against white women. They're using it against us. Now, if you want more information about this HR.
On Helene's point about the possibility here of war crimes. I mean, even the fact that there are officers who are.
They can make this stop immediately if they would just do the simple and right thing. Pass our simple 24-page bill that just merely says status quo, keep the lights on. Democrats refuse to do it. They are the ones that are inflicting this pain on the people.
That's not really quite accurate. I mean, Russ Vought is taking this opportunity to fire workers because they want to reduce the size of the federal workforce. None of these people are being paid anyway. It's not as though these furloughed workers are sapping up a budget. They're not being paid. This is an opportunity by Russ Vought to shrink government, as he has outlined in Project 2025 and other places.
They can make this stop.
This is Project 2025. The Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
On page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume. She works for the Department of Education and she's a proud civil servant. Well, unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
I'm just asking. I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education. This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
I did it.
They said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about death. Theirs is death, because they're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose Social Security. They're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone because the whole country would be bankrupt, and you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite. And it's a great bill. We don't need any more. And I want to just say, from the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about death. Theirs is death, because they're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose Social Security. They're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone because the whole country would be bankrupt, and you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you. We love you. All the way.
Oh my God.
Beyond betrayed. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during.
Oh, wow. Okay, seventh answer. I gotta give it to yo. I don't know what the hell I was when all this was being said. And shame on me, but God, you went deep, way down in the jungle deep on this one. Continue on, seventh answer. Wow.
Hold on. Keep talking because it's a video that I didn't even have up there. I got to get it. But keep talking. Hold on. Let me get that video because it's going to show you what's on these pages.
Brothers and sisters, like I said, for y'all who tuning in, you know when you come into the Lion's Den, you know we going to bring it. We know we're going to take you into the hunting game, the hunting grounds, and we going to fend off all predators. But at the same time, excuse me for yawning, at the same time as you can see, like I said, I've been going through some things, and okay, this I completely missed all those talking points. But as you can see, it's each one teach one, reach one, and as we are in for the battle of our lives. But this is all biblical prophecy. We told you this was coming. We told you that this man of perdition, these people will reveal who they are. And here we are. We're in that time now. The only way you cannot see this is because you want to be willfully, spiritually blind. That is the only way you cannot see this. But clearly, we have madmen who are running this country into the ground, or their plan is to exterminate a great many people. Das Wunderkind in full effect. But then again, these men are playing God on earth, because when you look at it though, when you look at how when the Lord punishes a nation and punishes a people, what does he do? First, he uproots the leadership, the wicked leadership, okay, and has them in disarray. Then he upsets their agricultural and financial systems. This is what God does when he punishes a nation and brings them down. Then from there, he brings in tumults, dissatisfaction of the people in inner turmoil, civil war, chaos and confusion, infighting, and then ultimately he implodes and explodes a nation with his wrath in one shot. So these people are trying to be God on earth. They're trying to be God. Anybody who came against them, they're now disrupting them economically, socially, and politically. Then they're upsetting and uprooting them agriculturally by what? Interfering with their ability to eat and take care of themselves. Then they're medical. So the Most High would also upset a society. I forgot the medical aspect. The Most High would upset people medically with plagues and all kinds of other illnesses that modern medicine of that time and even now could not fight. And that's what they're doing, to get rid of Medicaid and your ability to be able to take good care of yourself. This is as the Lord said in the book of Daniel. These people said they would try to be like God. They were going to be God on earth. And boy, are they trying. And boy, are they coming with it. So these are all biblical plagues that God put upon the people when he punished them for going against him. So here you got Trump and company coming against those who've come against him. Unfreaking believable. Go to work, seventh answer. Go to work.
Yeah, before we get to the counts, let's Let's get back familiar with who we dealing with now. It's fine.
I'm with the Heritage Foundation, and I am teaching you today about federal background investigations and the security clearance process. If you've been convicted of a crime, you will not be serving in the federal government. Crimes such as fraud,
Count 1, guilty.
embezzlement, and tax evasion,
Count 2, guilty.
show a lack of moral character,
Count 3, guilty.
just like similar white-collar offenses that are highly frowned upon and will bar you from service. Good afternoon.
We read through all 900 pages of Project.
Is Trump's name?
Here's a list of all the crazy stuff Project 2025 has, and you should be concerned. So let's go through them, shall we? End no-fault divorce, complete ban on abortions without exceptions, ban contraceptives, additional tax break for corporations and 1%, higher tax for working class, elimination of unions and worker protections, raise the retirement age, cut Social Security, cut Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act, raise prescription drug prices, eliminate the Department of Education, use public taxpayer money for private religious schools, teach Christian religious beliefs in public schools, and free and discounted school lunch programs, and civil rights and DEI protections in government, ban African American and gender studies in all levels of education, ban books and curriculum about slavery, ending climate protections, increase Arctic drilling, deregulate big business and oil industry, promote and expedite capital punishment, end marriage equality, condemn single mothers while promoting only traditional families, defund the FBI and Homeland Security, use the military to break up domestic protests, mass deportation of immigrants and incarcerations in camps, and birthright citizenship, ban Muslims from entering the country, eliminate federal agencies like the FDA, EPA, NOAA, and more, continue to pack the Supreme Court and lower courts with right-wing judges. If this doesn't scare you, here's a list of all the crazy stuff Project 2020.
Is Trump's name ever mentioned in Project 2025? Yes or no? Just yes or no. I got you.
Within the document itself,
Yes.
there are a number of references to the former
Okay.
administration.
So is Trump's name mentioned just one time?
I believe it's mentioned more.
Okay. 5 times.
I haven't counted.
Oh, okay. Well, if I told you that his name is mentioned approximately 312 times, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't have any reason.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's interesting that we want to try to pretend. We're not going to pretend in here. We're going to work with facts. Is Trump's name?
We read through all 900 pages of Project 2025, so you don't have to. Here's the most important things you need to know in 90 seconds. You probably have heard about Project 2025, the well-funded effort by the Heritage Foundation and more than 100 other organizations to enable a future anti-democratic presidential administration to take swift, far-right action that would take our country backward. A key part of that effort is this 900-page public playbook called the Mandate for Leadership that has detailed policy recommendations for how to cut wages for working people, dismantle social safety net programs, reverse decades of progress for civil rights, redefine the way our society operates, and undermine our economy. Even more concerningly, a lot of what they propose would be done by the president and the executive branch alone without waiting for congressional approval. While many of these plans are unlawful, winning in the courts is not guaranteed. That's why we've put together the People's Guide to Project 2025, a first of its kind resource to help all of us to learn more about these threats and fight back. Our guide focuses specifically on threats that could be carried out by an anti-democratic president and their administration, and describes the ways they would harm millions of workers, stop efforts to lower drug prices, restrict access to medication abortion, and so much more. To read the report, visit our website at democracyforward.org/project2025, and make sure to follow us here as we continue to break down Project 2025 and the threats it poses to people across the country. We read through all 900 pages of.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Kirk. I'm with the Heritage Foundation, and I am
Yeah, we're back, y'all. As you can see, the seventh answer has outdone herself. And this is, like I said, shame on me. I don't know what, I must have been under a rock, okay, when all these things were being put forth in proposition, but this is unbelievable. But the point of the matter is we have all these freaks and all kinds of degenerates at the helm of the presidency, at the helm of leadership, now depriving us of what we need, and we're just supposed to just grin and roll over and take it. And this is what happens when you vote a psychopath and sociopaths into the various office of the presidency and other administrations. This is what happens when you are racist and you allow your racial passions to be manipulated, and you vote someone in who don't like neither one of us. This is what happens when you don't pay attention to the political body and political parties, okay? And you see now whether right wing, left wing, Kentucky Fried Chicken wing, the bird is still going to be foul. There's no getting around it. But good grief, man. The Bible is in full effect. The Bible is now, how you say, fulfilled. The devil has revealed himself, and I'm gonna say this here. Though he might be an orange incarnation, man, if Donald Trump ain't Damian Thorne, I don't know who is. Damn. These people, they're just evil, man, and ruthless. But this is what we were told was coming. And apparently, there were those trying to sound the alarm about this Project 2025, and a great many of us either didn't see it, missed the boat, or didn't hear it, or refused to hear it, and refused to believe it. But now we're all being made believers as we now bring out the evidence. See, as I said at the top of our presentation, when you come here, we go hardcore on the two Bible directives. Isaiah, the 41st chapter, verses 21 to 24. Produce your evidence. Okay? Produce your cause, that is, and bring forth your strong evidence. So we give you our cause, and then we give you the evidence. We give you all the facts, and I know that between the seventh answer and myself, we come so hard, so fast with the facts that we confuse some of you. But it's okay. You can always replay these presentations to take it in and digest it slow. We're going to keep the energy going. Seventh answer, it's on you. Go to work.
History repeats itself in 80-year blocks called saculum, but we'll just call them history blocks. Not exactly 80 years. This is history, not math, but roughly the span of a human lifetime, maybe 80 to 90 years. Within these 80-year history blocks, we have 4 turnings of around 20 years each. We usually call them generations. This book calls them turnings. Turnings are sort of like seasons, like spring, summer, fall, winter. Throughout our history, we've had these 80-year blocks, and the 80-year blocks have been remarkably similar to each other. We're in one now. The first turning, the first season, is a high, an upbeat era. The second turning is an awakening, a passionate era. The third turning is an unraveling, a downcast era. And the fourth turning, well, sorry, but fourth turnings suck. The fourth turning is a crisis, an era of upheaval. We're in a fourth turning right now. So let's take a look at our seculum, our history block. The history block that we're in the crisis of right now. Our high began after our World War II victory. By our, we mean America's. These are America's history blocks and turnings. During a high, the getting is good. We had the most even distribution of wealth during our high. You could work at a gas station and afford to buy a house. This high is the period that the MAGA hats refer to. We got Hank Williams and Elvis and Little Richard and the birth of rock and roll. We launched monkeys and men into space. This is when the Mustangs and Corvettes first came out. Our high ended with the assassination of John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. The high is not a high for everyone, of course. America still had a segregated South. Homosexuality was illegal and considered a mental disorder. The high is a period of conformity. The age of nonconformity and of social justice begins during the Awakening, our passionate era. During the Awakening, we had Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement, acid, Vietnam protests and Vietnam itself, the Women's Liberation Movement, Stonewall and the Gay Rights Movement, great movies, great music. This is when the first Macintosh computer came out. The Awakening is a time of increasing individualism. This second turning, this awakening, ended with the re-election of Ronald Reagan in 1984. Things get messy during the third turning, during the unraveling. We got the fall of Soviet communism and the beginning of the Russian gangster state. The greatest musicians of the time sang about violence and decay in their deteriorating cities. The LA riots, OJ, the bombing of Bosnia, and the Columbine high school shootings on the same day. September 11th, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Our unraveling ended with the financial crisis of 2008. A fascinating fact about this book is that it was written during the last third turning, published in 1997. But the book predicts now, what's happening now in this fourth turning. And what's happening now is right on schedule. "80 years ago, in the last fourth turning, America had her Great Depression, then World War II. 80 years before that, the Civil War. 80 years before that, the Revolutionary War. Now it's our turn to save the country." So where do you fit into all this? What's your role? It depends when you were born. Each generation, each cohort, tends to embody a specific archetype. An archetype that will move the society towards the next high. Each generation's archetype is the characteristic that will define the generation in its prime, in midlife. The boomer archetype is the prophet. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs are boomers and prophets. Both predicted that one day everyone, not just big corporations and governments, would own a computer. Gates even predicted a crisis like COVID-19 5 years beforehand. The writers of this book are boomers and prophets. Gen X is the nomad generation. The quintessential Gen Xer, Elon Musk, builds things that move us from one place to another. Rockets, electric cars, hyperloops, nomadic devices. But the millennials, raised during the unraveling, will emerge as the hero generation during this crisis. These are the Parkland High students, the frontline hospital workers, and Malala Yousafzai. The book says millennials will be the World War II heroes of our history block. We don't know what Gen Z will do, but they will be an artist generation. From them will emerge the next Bill Withers, Toni Morrison, or Bob Dylan, all born during the last crisis, all from an artist generation. The history block before ours ended with World War II and began with the Civil War, 80 years prior. The history block before that ended with the Civil War and began with the end of the Revolutionary War, 80 years prior. Every 80 years or so, something big comes along and changes everything. History repeats itself in 80-year blocks.
Project 2025 is the MAGA Republican playbook to go around the Constitution, the Congress, and the courts, to take total control of our government, using it to enforce their ideology on our lives. The thing is, it's eminently doable. They've been planning this for years, and we'll be ready to go on day one should Donald Trump be elected. Let's look a little deeper at a section that's been overlooked in the media. Their plan to radically remake our military. If one were to write a credible roadmap to transform our democracy into a dictatorship, this is what it would look like. And a big part of that is to turn the most effective, professional, and nonpartisan fighting machine that the world has ever seen into Trump's MAGA military force. Ready, willing, and able to deploy against our fellow citizens should Trump issue an illegal order. It achieves this goal in 4 steps. First, it corruptly uses the power of the presidency to fire flag officers, generals, admirals, and so on, who they deem not sufficiently loyal to Trump. Second, it stops promoting anyone in the military who doesn't pledge allegiance to their agenda. Third, it obliterates military readiness programs that ensure our diverse forces know how to work together. Fourth, it actively recruits troops who may have been targeted for radicalization by white supremacists. And then, it enables the use of the Insurrection Act to deploy the military inside the country against political opponents, protesters, or just about anyone Donald Trump juices. That's a lot. To walk through it. The first step in creating a military that is loyal to Trump and carries out whatever order Trump gives, legal or not, is to remove all obstacles at the top. That means clearing out generals, admirals, and others who would refuse to carry out illegal orders in accordance with the Constitution. Trump himself has made it clear.
I would fire them. You can't have woke military.
Project 2025 calls troops.
Hold up. Did we not just see a couple of weeks back the gathering of 800 or more generals to report to the draft dodging Trump? Did we not just see these last couple of weeks? And we're reporting it. The sudden retiring, the sudden quitting of certain top Navy, Air Force, Marine generals. Oh my goodness. Wow. Damn, seventh answer. Woo, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, keep the energy going. Let's keep it going. Just want to put that out there.
Troops who follow the Constitution are Marxist and says they are Barack Obama's General Officer Corps. Well, I served in uniform for over 30 years, following my father's footsteps, and my family still serves today. I can assure you that there aren't many Marxists in the military. Who are they looking to fire? Anyone who is loyal to the Constitution above all. Once they clear out top ranks, they will only promote MAGA loyalists. They falsely claim that promotions under previous administrations were illegitimate, and that the antidote is to freeze promotions, even if people are in line and qualified, unless they are MAGA loyalists. That clears way for Trump to move his handpicked people into key military leadership positions in acting roles, sidestepping any Senate confirmation vote. And who might he choose? We're talking about people like disgraced retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, who pled guilty to lying to the FBI in a Russian influence case, but was pardoned by Trump.
General Flynn, he's some general, he's some man. He took abuse like nobody could have handled, and he came out bigger, better, stronger than ever before. We love him. He's a leader. And you just stay wealthy and healthy and well and everything. I want you to have great lives in general. You just have to stay healthy because we're bringing you back. We're going to bring you back.
We're talking about retired Brigadier General Don Bolduc, a 2020 election denier who called for abolishing the FBI. Project 2025 then radically changes the culture of service. The report spills a lot of ink falsely arguing that the military spends most of its time on social engineering, Marxist indoctrination, critical race theory, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. It bashes transgender service members and kicks them out of the military. Anyone who has worn the country's uniform knows there is no Marxist indoctrination or social engineering going on. So they talking about? They're referring to programs that train our diverse armed forces how to respect each other and work together. This is key to unit cohesion and readiness. It's really a matter of life and death on the battlefield. They would abolish this training in order to remake a diverse fighting force into a political, homogenous MAGA military. Finally, Project 2025 curiously stresses the need to reward 8,400 troops who were discharged for refusing orders to be vaccinated against COVID during the pandemic. It rewards them with back pay and full restoration of rank to lure them back. Wonder why? Well, far-right conspiracy groups and white nationalists have spent years targeting people who are anti-vaccine to recruit and radicalize. They buried them in anti-government propaganda and MAGA conspiracy theories. These are not people you want to hand a military weapon to and hope for the best. How might President Trump use this MAGA military? Well, we don't have to guess. Think back to when he ordered his staff to deploy the military to shoot protesters demanding justice for George Floyd's murder. Just shoot them in the legs, he ordered. Unfortunately, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and his Secretary of Defense rightfully told him no.
What specifically was he suggesting that the U.S. military should do to these protesters?
He says, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops and shoot the protesters.
Donald Trump learned that when people are loyal to the rule of law and the U.S. Constitution, they can stop him. He won't make that mistake again. Project 2025's own architect has warned us that violence may be used against anyone who gets in their way.
We are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back, and we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
From shooting Americans in the street if they protest, to sending the military door to door looking for immigrants to round up, to putting troops into domestic law enforcement roles akin to martial law, Project 2025 would empower all of Trump's worst instincts. The good news is the choice is in our hands. Your vote this fall makes the difference. And it's not just about the top of the ticket. We need to vote for candidates up and down the ballot who will block Project 2025 from ever becoming our nightmare reality. And we need to talk about it with friends, family, and neighbors. That's how we hold fast to an America where democracy rings free, where the people rule and the elected serve, where the government values our rights and protects our freedoms. And an America that continues to say, if you're willing and able to serve, there is a place for you in our armed forces. A military that still swears an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's up to us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to keep on saying, do you see why you should be so ever thankful for the Lion's Den? Do you see why we should give the Lord praise for having diligent and dutiful stewards in myself and the seventh answer at the helm of this great Truthality social media network and platform? You see why you need dutiful and responsible liberated moderators to be on the job and understand this calling and the importance of this calling in the spirit of Ezekiel 3:17 as watchmen and watchwomen to give warning of what is coming to us and the wrath of the Lord and his anger and his judgment. This is what we are sworn to do. In the book of Psalms 94:16, the Lord asks, who gonna rise up for me against the evildoers and workers of iniquity? Well, we're rising up. And we're coming up here, win, lose, or draw, bringing all the evidence, bringing all the facts, bringing all the computations, bringing the math, to leave it up to you all to make your choice on what side you're gonna be on. Either you're gonna be good or you're gonna be evil. You're either gonna be for the Lord or you're gonna be for the devil. There's no gray area. And as this thing goes and progresses on, you're going to have to fight. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If some of you bend over and give yourself over to the mark of the beast, then okay. But those of us out there who know we got to stand and fight for our dignity in our lives, brace yourself. It ain't going to be fun and easy, but as you can see, it is necessary. And all doubters and naysayers, all trolls that want to come in here and want to give praise to Donald Trump, all right, knock yourself out. That is your right. But all that's going to come back to bite you in your behind. It's going to come back and bite you in the behind. You've been warned. Now, here we are, 4 hours in, about to be 4 hours in. We're going to just say the conversation going to continue.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Oh.
I'm not. Yeah, I want to lead into your video. Hold on, but I want to play this real
Okay,
quick.
well, you know what? Then you don't know. Hold up. Now, how about this then? Anymore, as Teddy Riley said, "Oh, the party not over. You thought it was over? Well, never mind then. Let's keep the energy going. That I needed that energy boost right there. Never mind. Let's keep the energy going. It's over when the Most High say it's over. Seventh answer. You right. So let's keep the energy going. Look, y'all. As you can see, what we are dealing with now is straight up treason. All right, let's just get right to it. You got rogue elements of the Republican and Democratic Party that don't give a good goddamn about we, the people. And most notably, what we're looking at now is the biblical promise that the Lord said the enemies of the nation of Israel would rise up against us. And this is what this is really about. As a brother said in the other video that the seventh answer showed, yeah, the DEI is definitely coming for white women because there's a lot of white men that want to beat them back into submission. But we're the primary target. Don't see, we, the family of the Black American, Judah, they know that we are the head family. And in all battles, the quickest way to knock out a warrior is one of two ways. You cut off the warrior's head, or you cut out the warrior's heart. I'm gonna let that sink in. Let's keep the energy going. Now, what video is this? Seventh answer.
With Mike, not swearing her. So
yeah.
But I want to lead into your video, but yeah.
All right, no. Let's keep the energy going. I'm good. That your the way you just came through just gave me that energy boost and shot. We're gonna keep this energy going. This gonna be over when it's time for it to be over. Let's go to work.
She needs to get to work. She needs to stop doing TikTok videos and serve her constituents.
Respectfully, I can't serve constituents until I'm sworn in and actually have constituents.
She needs to get to work. She needs to stop.
This delay is not procedural, it's intentional. Earlier this year, Speaker Johnson swore in 2 Republicans from Florida with less than 24 hours after their elections during a pro forma session. There is no reason other than politics that Arizona should be treated differently. Let's be clear, Speaker Johnson knows that I will be the 218th signature on the discharge petition for the Epstein files. He is doing everything in his power to shield this administration from accountability. That is not leadership. That is obstruction. Every day that I am not sworn in is another day that my constituents are blocked from critical constituent services and excluded from debates happening right now that affect their lives.
Just recently, the Speaker gave another lame excuse, that she needs the pomp and circumstance of a swearing in front of her House colleagues. Do you need the pomp and circumstance?
I do not.
You do not.
Yeah, and now you see why PBS and NPR are losing their funding all of a sudden, y'all. Man, I keep getting Miss Gravago's first name incorrect, but as you can see, this young lady is a 218 name needed to bring the Epstein files to the surface, and this stonewalling. But all these, child violators of human beings, is being blocked. She's being blocked. See, traitors and treason, blatant. And then here it is. We just showed you the video where this demon, this fiend, wanted protesters to be shot. But it's coming to that now. These are gangsters. And what kills me is that here it is. Most of them were a bunch of draft dodging punks. When Vietnam was going on, they all hid under their mother's skirt. Literally, in some instances, to get out from not going to Vietnam. But yet they so tough and mean and brave and bold to start wars and send your children up to die. They so tough, mean, brave and bold now to recruit outside soldiers and bring them here because they know a great deal of American soldiers aren't going for it. This is what we're looking at. But this is treason, y'all. Plain and simple. Some will say, I didn't vote for this. Whether you voted for it intentionally or unintentionally, but most notably, intentionally, because you thought it was only going to affect us, the children of Israel, only. You still voted it in, people. Some of you still voted this in. And now you're getting exactly what you voted in. And you're getting exactly what your hand called for. That's right. Dookie poo. It's just that simple. But this is all high treason on a high level. And these people are revealing who they are. And the only way and the only reason that you will not see this is because, as the Bible said, there'll be some who will choose death rather than life. There'll be still those who want to make a covenant with hell as long as they have a cool spot. But nope, no sir, no ma'am. All bets are off. There is no cool spot. There'll be no covenant with hell. There'll be no covenant with this society because it's gone. It's about to be gone. It's going to be dealt with. Hardcore. And it needs to be. And I'm like this. I'd rather be dead than live like this. To have some damn punks ruling over me who didn't do anything for me, tell me what I can and cannot have. So this video here now, I want y'all to pay a special careful attention to. And for those of you that just joined us, just go back, rewatch this show from the beginning because you missed a lot. And that's the beauty of it. You can at least replay it. With that being said, seventh answer, run the video, please.
Transparent and being real.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
You had Kash Patel sit here.
Oh, I know. I'm very aware.
They have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor who's been in that prison system, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was. I want JFK. I want the 9/11 files. I want this. I want that. What the deep state uses the most to cover up their corruption is an illegal application of the classification system.
I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
We're all expecting all these big names to be in it. And what if that's not, what if our expectations are here and what we believe, what's actually there is here? And if they release it now, are you going to believe it?
No, I'm not.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released? No, you know what it is? There's tons and thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids, so they have to go through every one.
I don't know anybody that would believe it.
Right, they totally fucked it up.
They've botched it so fucking bad from the very beginning when the influencers went to the White House holding up the binders like it's some type of a trophy. Like, look at me, I'm in with the administration. Well, buddy, the administration just discredited your entire fucking career.
He killed himself.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
So are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Yes, we are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein because you ran half your fucking campaign off getting these files released. Of course, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
What's your definition of propaganda?
I would say propaganda is any form of manipulation of the truth.
The CIA has issued a new assessment that it's more likely that COVID-19 emerged from a lab rather than nature.
We got penalized by Meta and almost lost our account for talking about the Wuhan lab leak theory.
Why do you think they covered that up? Why do you think that was the forbidden fruit that you're not allowed to talk about?
Now the agency says it believes the virus emerged from a research lab in China, but says it has low.
There are facts involved in what they're reporting, but however, there are a lot of facts that they leave out that paint an entirely different picture. John Delaney, founder of Real News, No Bullshit, a platform.
I do think he's alive. And the reason is because he ran the biggest blackmail ring we've ever seen. Do you think that all these people, like I said, will expose themselves, right? So wouldn't it be more ideal to just wipe yourself from existence and still run everything from your island? Because guess who bought the island? Some random billionaire who's probably connected to Epstein and then turns it into a resort. Now he has say-so and governance over basically a crime scene.
Yeah.
And now no one's the wiser, right?
Now, was that person somehow connected to Epstein? Do people know that?
I think when you're at that level, when you have money and power like that, if you don't know him personally, you know somebody who knew him.
Right.
And you're big enough to, and rich enough to go ahead and buy an island. Not only any island, Epstein's island. So who greenlit that? It's almost like, it's pretty funny. It's almost like this. So that Martha's Vineyard house that Obama had, that he rented every summer for $50,000 a month. So guess who bought that?
The same guy?
No, Les Wexner, who was Epstein's right-hand man. So he buys that through a trust, right? And what happened at Martha's Vineyard at Obama's house?
Someone died.
The chef died. So he's buying a crime scene too. And then he magically buys for no reason, this particular house, nobody finds it suspicious.
There is a growing clamour in America for the truth when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. Those who survived his crimes accuse the Trump administration of a cover-up about who was part of the late paedophile's network of co-conspirators. And now one of the congressmen investigating the scandal says Prince Andrew still has questions to answer.
He hasn't handled himself in a way that an innocent person would handle themselves. He's been very defensive. And so, I think he's handled himself the way, a guilty person would.
Do you think it's possible Jeffrey Epstein was blackmailing Prince Andrew?
It's very likely and very possible that Prince Andrew was being blackmailed.
This week in a posthumous biography, Virginia Giuffre alleged Prince Andrew took part in an orgy with her and 8 other girls on Epstein's private island. The prince always denied any wrongdoing, travelling to the island or even meeting Giuffre, but Congressman Subramanian thinks further investigation of Prince Andrew is needed.
I wouldn't be surprised if Prince Andrew's name comes up again, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were other victims as well who encountered Prince Andrew. But again, I let the evidence tell the story.
What is your message directly to Prince Andrew if he's watching this?
Please come to the United States, tell us what you know, and clear your name before a committee. I would be amenable to having Prince Andrew testify virtually.
The committee is currently reviewing thousands of documents relating to Epstein.
And do you understand that there are videos and images that are in those files?
That's my understanding, yes. And again, we're not looking to release things that would compromise or out victims who don't want their name out there. What we're trying to do, though, is find the names of people who were complicit in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. One, we're looking for bank records, and so some of that isn't necessarily in the FBI's possession. Some of that is actually in the possession of banks, really. We're trying to get that information because many victims have told us to follow the money.
An investigation which still has a long way to go.
Yeah,
Most
and
of
one
the
thing
world
that,
came to know
what they
Virginia
didn't-
Roberts
what they're
Giuffre
not
in
mentioning-
2011 when she began
Hold on.
speaking out.
But seventh thing, I want to put this in everybody's ear. Right up here in my neck of the woods, though, that Manhattan house of detention where Jeffrey Epstein supposedly committed suicide has now been torn down. That's right. It no longer exists. Just want to put that in your ear. Just want to put that in your ear. Go to work, Seventh Dance.
Out about the abuse she endured at the hands of some of the world's most powerful men. In court filings, Giuffre described being sexually abused and trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein when she was as young as 16 years old. She accused Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, of luring her into that world from Mar-a-Lago, where she worked as a locker room attendant at the spa. Epstein was arrested on sex trafficking charges in 2019, but died by suicide in his jail cell in August that same year while awaiting trial. Giuffre spoke after his death, continuing to demand justice.
I want to start by saying it's not how Jeffrey died, but it's how he lived. And we need to get to the bottom of everybody who was involved with that, starting with Ghislaine Maxwell and going along the lines there. I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that very world to this day, and I won't stop fighting. I will never be silenced until these people are brought to justice.
Giuffre led the way for many more women to come forward about their own abuse by Epstein and those around him. In April of this year, Giuffre died by suicide in Australia, where she lived for many years with her husband and 3 children. She was just 41 years old. Giuffre's story is told now in a new posthumous memoir titled Nobody's Girl, a memoir of surviving abuse and fighting for justice, a collaboration with journalist Amy Wallace, and she joins me now. So you spent 4 years working closely with Virginia on this book. Why did she want to write it? What's the message she wanted to send with this?
Well, she was really clear about
her main reason for writing it, which is that she wanted to help other survivors of sexual abuse. Not just Epstein and Maxwell survivors, but anyone who's been coerced into sex against their will. And so she wanted to depict herself sort of warts and all, highs and lows.
It's an absolutely unflinching and haunting account of what she lived through, especially her years as a child. I think detailing all of the sexual abuse she went through at the hands of her own father, which he denies, being trafficked to her father's friend, which she details, being raped by 2 teenagers later, by strangers after she runs away, first from her own home and then from an abusive group home, all before she was even 16 years old. What was it like for her to relive all of those moments and retell them to you?
Well, you know, it was obviously very difficult. There was a decision she had to make. In the past, she had always said, truthfully, I was abused in my childhood by a family friend. That was true, and that person is in the book. But what she hadn't said was she was also abused by her own father, and that was a decision that she made to decide to go there, sort of the precipitating event. You know, is this idea that victims of sexual trafficking are not born, they are made, and they are made through terrible experience. And so she would say to me, you know, how can I go after or try to point the finger at all of these men I've been trafficked to, bold-faced names, when I won't even talk about the person who originally hurt me and who arguably made her more vulnerable to being hurt throughout her life because she had had these early experiences. It was painful, but she felt like it was necessary.
You know, she's allegedly being abused by her own father, and she tries to tell other people about it. They're at a family excursion on a big family camping trip, and in front of extended family, she confronts her father about this. She says what he's been doing, and no one reacts. In fact, her father actually takes her into the camper van and allegedly beats her inside there. What did she take away from that moment? Why?
Yeah, that's tough to listen to. Yeah, but one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims allegedly committed suicide. You know, you already know what time it is, y'all. You already know what time it is. All right? But this is tough to listen to. It's a tough listen. But we make the tough decisions here to bring this information to you because we have, like I said, traitors and high treason
Yeah,
going on.
this is for the person in the audience. They just so, you know, lost. But yeah, hold on, keep going.
I know. Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Charming. He is able to convince people. So he tells everybody what they want to hear.
Stop the video, please. Who in the hell? Wait, right there.
It can be funny.
Who that? Who that?
It gets deep.
I know it, dude. I'm being sarcastic, though. Come on, man. He don't got nothing to do with the Epstein files. That boy, right here, like you're ready to kiss Epstein. Come on, man. Run the video, seventh answer.
Right. His ability to sell. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So you probably know he had a scalp reduction. Because he had the same male pattern that we all have. He's not even
look at this shit.
He has nasty things to his best friend.
What?
Best friend's wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust and then uses it to do bad things. That's how he does. He is charming.
We need to make sure that never leaks. The press would go crazy if they knew what I did on Epstein's Island with those kids. We wouldn't be able to distract them with some crap like buying Greenland. We need to make sure that...
Just waiting for Epstein, and he says, I'll be out in a minute. A few minutes later, this man walks in, and I immediately was like, that's Donald Trump. It felt very predatory and uncomfortable. Epstein walked out from the offices on this side. Trump's standing here, I'm here. And he walks out of his office and he goes, oh, no, no, no. He was laughing at me. And he goes, she's not here for you. Follow me, right? And he escorts him in to this other room. He made a joke to Epstein, oh, I thought she was 16. It was a known thing, like among the staff and everyone, that they were best friends. And Epstein bragged about it. And just waiting for Epstein. And he says, oh.
Yeah, President Trump's name was actually in the Epstein files going back to February.
By the way, I never went to the island. I never had the privilege of going to his island. And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
You know, Epstein, he got arrested for children diddling and fiddling, child abuse. The woman who he was with, who would, you know, kind of wrangle the girls and get the girls to come together, she's in jail for the rest of her life. And now he had a plane where he would ferry them out to some island and have a ball with children.
Yeah.
Truth come out, and he spilled the real tea. All right, listen closely to this one. Listen to what Howard says, and then pay close attention to Trump's reaction. Here we go. You see his face? How did he respond? One more time. He's got a face of mild shame on, and when he's called a sexual predator, he goes, yeah, it's true. It's true. Okay. But then we get to one of the bigger pieces of evidence, which is something I've referenced on this show all the time, and I am astonished at how few other people bring this up. This story, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm about to show you here, this video clip, dropped, I think it was like within the month of the Trump versus Kamala 2024 election. And Daily Beast had it, major bombshell. Not a single major media network covered it. Not a single one. It's almost like they have marching orders. Do not talk about Epstein in any way, shape, or form. Do not do it. Because this is a huge deal. And I'm not kidding when I say I covered it on this show, and then I remember doing a search at the time to see what other outlets are covering this right now. So Daily Beast did the original reporting, credit to them, right? We covered it here. And like within the top 3 outlets that covered it, it was like the Hindustan Times and some other outlet nobody's ever fucking heard of. And so you have CNN, even MSNBC, all Fox News, all these, none of them covered it. ABC, CBS, the nightly news, none of them touched it. And I'm of course referring to the literal Jeffrey Epstein audio tapes dropping. Michael Wolff interviewed him in 2017. This is before he died, right? And Jeffrey Epstein said, in no uncertain terms, I was Donald Trump's best friend for a decade. For a decade. All right, here we go.
Charming. He is able to convince people. So he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this? He has a sense of you.
Oh, you heard that, right? One more time. Here we go.
He tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this? He has a sense of humor. He can be.
I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. Listen to what else he has to say. By the way, little known fact that also came out in this Daily Beast reporting. Jeffrey Epstein knew in Trump's first term, truth come out. And
just tell me about his intelligence.
With respect to real estate deals, brilliant. He's a salesman. He knows real estate really well. Anything else but that, he knows nothing. No history, no strategy. As I started to say about executive function, the executive function is, and it's strange because construction by definition is just that. First you have the foundation, you have the steels going up, what stage? But in terms of his anything but real estate, he can't figure out if I fire Bannon, what happens tomorrow.
So cause and effect, that has no relationship. In analytic intelligence.
No.
Now, what's this thing about that functionally he can't read, or he doesn't read, or
He doesn't. Well, he certainly can't read a balance sheet, which is funny. Has no idea. He doesn't read. He uses page 6. So he's not functionally illiterate. But his reading comprehension is anything complicated. He doesn't know.
now what's other than he has he has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
He's right, but funny.
What else recommends him?
His ability to sell. He is charming. He is able to convince people. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." So he tells everybody what they want to hear. Not everyone's charming. And I'm telling you that I know 4 or 5 people who have recently seen him. I just realized we're talking where he broke the UN Plaza Trump Tower just in Rhodesians. I was going to take the top 4. I went with Donald to see it. And it was, again, you know, what you can pay me that was it's a $13 million transaction. You can pay me 11, you're recording the 13 that you give to Waller or something. It was always. So the idea that he is bad, dirty business, he's a construction person in New York City, an electrician in the country. I have no idea what to think. He's not a horrible human being. In Jeffrey's book, he does nasty things to his best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust and then uses it to do bad things. That's how it goes.
Truth come out, and he spilled.
Just tell me about.
But for whatever reason, we are still waiting for those files. One thing Pam Bondi did not get asked about is the now infamous Epstein birthday letter that was released last month by the House Oversight Committee. Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion over this letter, which our doodler-in-chief denies he had anything to do with.
You signed Jeffrey Epstein birthday letter.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time, no, that's not my language. It's nonsense.
It's an interesting statement. It's not the way I speak, and anybody that's covered me for a long time knows that's not my language. Now, we've been covering Donald Trump for what feels like a very, very long time, and in the interest of fairness, we decided to do a bit of research to see maybe he's right. Does he use the words and phrases that are used in that letter? That's not for me to say. It's for you to decide for yourself.
Voiceover.
But for whatever reason...
You signed Jeffrey Epstein birthday letter.
It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time, no, that's not my language. It's nonsense.
Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything.
Look what I have. I have everything.
I have everything.
We have everything.
Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is.
Oh, yes, there is. And I won't tell you what it is. Yes, there is. I won't tell you what it is. I won't tell you who it was.
Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is.
Nor do I. Nor did I. Nor do I. Nor would I. And I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is.
Donald,
We have certain things in common, Jeffrey.
We have a lot of things in common. I think we have a lot of things in common. Certain things in common. Right, Jeffrey?
Jeffrey, yes we do, come to think of it.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Come to think of it. Come to think of it. Yes, we do.
Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?
Carson's an enigma. Have you noticed that? Well, you noticed that.
Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you.
As a matter of fact, it was clear the last time I saw. The last time I saw was at Mar-a-Lago.
Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing.
He's my friend, my pal. He's my pal. Pal is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful thing. Wonderful thing.
Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. May your dreams come true. May you all have a truly blessed Hanukkah. Let's talk about a big secret, big secret, big secret. Incredible secret. Wonderful, wonderful secrets. Secrets. Our most precious secret. Jeff.
But for whatever reason, as Dave Chappelle would say, gotcha, bitch.
But wait,
As we continue on, like I said, this is the Lion's Den. This is the conversation continues. And like I said, all we're going to do is hit y'all with the facts, y'all. Nothing but the facts. That's what we do. Now, there's someone out here talking about Trump ain't got nothing to do with the Epstein files. What you got to say now? Really? Stop. Just stop while you're not ahead, okay? Just stop. You should already know that when you come up in here, between myself and the seventh answer, we're going to have everything covered. Now, we always tell everybody before we start, if you can't handle the reality and the truth that we bring, you're free to leave. But if you're going to come in here and try to be a defender of what is evil, we have no choice but to hurt your feelings with no regret. Run the tape, seventh answer. Just run the tape.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
wow. I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
So remember when Donald Trump said he never used the word enigma? And that's tied to this letter that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. He wrote, "Enigmas never age. Haven't you noticed that?" When this letter came out, his base repeated the lie, claiming Trump would never use a word like enigma. Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, he used it again, which only confirms what we all know about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Getting at, and usually you can. Why would they allow 20 million, maybe 25 million people into this country, almost all of which, but most of which should not have been allowed into our country? It's one of the great enigmas. What they've done to one of the great enigmas. What they've done to this country should never be forgotten in history. It's one of the great enigmas. What they've done to this country should never be forgotten in history. Should never, ever be forgotten. And now it looks like we're going to have a communist mayor in New York. That'll be a lot of fun.
Wow, for Pam Bondi to sit there and listen to Donald Trump say that without getting any kind of concern about protecting children, her and Pete Kegsbreath, just shows they're the party of protecting P3DOs after all. Sooner or later, the truth is going to come out about this man's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And you Trump supporters, you're complicit in the cover-up. I don't ever want to hear MAGA say he never used that word enigma, because this, and there's a lot of other evidence out there, confirms everybody's assumption that this man is either the files, in the files, or protecting people in the files, which, as far as I'm concerned, is totally disgusting. So remember
he was Trump. Epstein said he was Trump's closest friend for 10 years. In fact, Epstein's infamous Little Black Book included 14 different numbers for Trump and his representatives. And these guys didn't just party together. Epstein was a part of some major milestones in Trump's life.
Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump.
Trump was a frequent passenger on Epstein's plane, known as the Lolita Express. And Epstein told author Michael Wolff the first time he slept with Melania was on my plane.
And that is how I met your mother, Barron. Any questions?
Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, and she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. You know, I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me, so I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. The reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I saw that he was running for president, I felt it was my responsibility to come out and tell our country what kind of man this person is.
I don't know what's happening. I'm drowning in the madness. It's getting dark around.
Clock it. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because
Case closed. We ain't gotta say no more. What more do you need, y'all? No more needs to be said. Like I said, the lion's den. We don't leave no stone unturned, and nobody who's a predator is going to be safe in our scope. Once we lock on, we coming for you. It's just that simple. Seventh answer, you got any more you want to present?
I mean, I killed the game right there. So, I mean,
It sure did. It sure did. So listen, don't worry, true believers, don't worry. The conversation is going to continue. We'll be back. You got now 4.5. What? I'm glad you pushed the envelope on this one, seventh answer. You got 4.5 hours. For those of you who missed this live opportunity, well, replay is good. Go back, replay, and re-listen. And we're going to be right back at you. Don't worry about nothing. Seventh answer, do you have any parting shots? Well, how about this?
Like
Continue.
subscribe to the channel.
There you go. There you go. Subscribe to the video. Subscribe to Lions Den. Ask a friend to hit that like and subscribe button as well. Invite a friend in. Share this show and let the world know that the premier truthality social media experiment is always in full effect. The Lions Den. Okay? Where you have a variety of non-stop hitting shows and different discussions and topics that titillate and stimulate you spiritually, intellectually, and emotionally. And in parting, we thank you for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher. All right? And know that always in the spirit of Don Canais on the Hebrew tip, wait. We give honor to the Lord in Christ from whom all positive thoughts flow. That can never not go being said. In the spirit of Don Canais, we always going to continue to tell you, Shalom, peace, Ahab, love, and the Posh. Watch over, protect, and guard your soul. And we're up out of here, family. Enjoy this original music and stay sucker free. Okay? And enjoy and hit the like and enjoy this original music and content by Sister Karima. And we out of here.
She just got married and found out her best friend is messing with a man the whole time. She's crashing out on the internet. The whole world sees she's crashing out. But she's not the only case. There's many situations where females are crashing out. Gaslighting lies, making the person seem like they was the problem. Not taking accountability, used and abused, and the person knowing that this person is genuine has had their back. She's gonna be a powerful woman, extra powerful because her spirit is phenomenal. She's sharing it with the world and they're criticizing her for crashing out behind a man. People don't understand. This is not the end, this is the beginning of a beautiful chapter. She can't see it now, but eventually she will see it and share it with the world. You tell me I'm crazy, that I'm overreacting, that I'm the one who's wrong, that I'm just imagining. You deny your words, your actions, your lies make me question my sanity, my heart, my mind. You say I'm too sensitive, that I'm being dramatic, that I'm the one who's jealous, that I'm being irrational. But deep down I know the truth. You're the one who's manipulating me, playing games with my youth. You gaslight me, you control me, make me doubt my own reality. But I won't be fooled, I won't be held down. I'll rise above, I'll break free from this toxic town. The mistake is when you trust the people that surround you. They use you as a backup, a sample, and get something out of it. They say it was a mistake, a one-time thing, but that's just a lie. You learn from the pain and rise above. A stronger person emerges. She's crashing out on the internet. The whole world sees she's crashing out. You gaslight me, you control me, make me doubt my own reality. But I won't be fooled, I won't be held down. I'll rise above, I'll break free from this toxic town. The mistake is when you trust the people that surround you. They use you as a backup, a sample, and get something out of it. They say it was a mistake, a one-time thing, but that's just a lie. The mistake is when you trust the people that surround you. They use you as a backup, a sample, and get something out of it. They say it was a mistake, a one-time thing, but that's just a the pain and rise above, a stronger person emerges. She's crashing out on me